Busy couple days, yeah. Okay, great. Good morning. Sorry for the late start. I'm Felicia Marcus, Chair of the Board, and today is Tuesday, March 1st. February's over. Yay. Let the skies open up. Um, it's 9:08 a.m. and the meeting's called to order. With me are, to my left, Vice Chair Fran Spivey Weber, and to her left, Board Member Dee Dee Diadamo, to my right, Board Member Tam Dodak, and to her right, Board Member Stephen Moore. Mr. Howard, would you please introduce the staff that's assisting today?
To my left, Chief Counsel Michael Laufer. To my right, Chief Deputies John Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer. And Eric's looking a lot better these days, and I think further improvement is probably likely. And
Like a baby.
and Janine Townsend and Courtney Tyler are assisting the board.
Thank you very much. For those of you who aren't familiar with the emergency exit procedures for this building, look for the exit near you. If you hear an emergency sound, grab your stuff and your friends and proceed cautiously out of the building. We gather near 10th and J if you want to hang out with us to know when the all clear is over. And then you can come back and join us if it happens. It could happen. The other thing is the meeting's being webcast and recorded, so please, when you come up to the microphone, it's important to try and speak closely enough to it that it picks up, because even if we can hear you, what we really want is for folks over the webcast to be able to hear you as well. And try not to get so close to it that it makes a pop, just like I'm trying to do with mine, to make sure I don't do that. Also, please turn off all of your cell phones or set them on stun so they're more quiet, just to be neighborly, unless it's a particularly amusing ring, in which case you'll get extra time and extra points from me at least. I'm just in that kind of a mood today. It could be amusing to all of you. I'm just speaking for myself. You all can, you can award extra time too, but I don't want to encourage everybody to leave their cell phones on. Um, with that, we're on to the public forum, which is the part of the meeting where anyone can speak about any matter that's not pending before the board today for a few minutes. And I do have 4 cards this morning. Our first speaker is Tim O'Laughlin from the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority for 3 minutes. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning, board members. I have a PowerPoint if you want to throw it up on the screen real quick. While they're doing that, I did ask for some extra minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't look at it.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get done before
Can you
then.
do it in 5?
I can do
Because
it
10's
probably
kind
less.
of
No, I know.
5's fine.
A couple real quick ones, though. One is we've received a preliminary decision in the Tanaka case. We will, once that decision is final, we will want to come back to you and talk to you about the Tanaka case and the findings by the Superior Court and how that involves the Delta. 2, don't worry, Michael, this will be entirely appropriate. Water fix.
You getting ready to push his button? Is that what you could tell?
On ejection seat. Yeah, that's it. All of a sudden. I had a request last night by my wife. So this has to do with water fix.
Yeah.
You push the schedule back a month, and it's pretty clear that it's going to go beyond June 17th. It would be very helpful if the hearing officers could send out preliminary dates or tentative dates, because as you know, July and August, we do have lives beyond this process. So that would be extremely helpful, I think, to a large majority of the water community, and especially on my home front. And then finally, I have a question for your staff or for you, and a comment. The Water Quality Control Plan SED, we heard it might be out in February. As you noted earlier, February is come and gone. It's now March. My concern, and I'd like to know if and when it's coming out, but 2 is very concerned about getting jammed with the ongoing water fix proceedings. and then my client being involved not only in the curtailment processes, the water fix process, and then getting a water quality control plan dropped on it. So if we could talk a little bit, not today, but at some later date about timing, that would be helpful.
Yeah, that's important to all of us. I agree.
Okay, thank you. So real quick, I wanted to come today. Some numbers have come out, and I think they should be informative to you and your processes as you move forward about the things that you're trying to do statewide, not only during the drought, but ongoing, and as you move forward into a water quality control planning process. So these are actual numbers, and they're from these are the Sacramento River Fall Run Chinook. And just so you remember, Sacramento Fall Run Chinook include the entire Central Valley. That includes the San Joaquin River Basin as well. So if you look at the numbers, for 2015, the report has come back. When they did this last year, they hypothesized that ocean abundance would be 651,000 approximately. They had set a harvest rate of 47%, and they expected 341,000 fish to come back. Whoops, they made a slight mistake. The actual ocean abundance was 255,000. They missed by over 400,000 fish, which upped the harvest rate. And since there were so few, it was very hard to harvest them anyway. But what's interesting is the number of Sacramento Fall Run that escaped or came back was 112. Just so you know, there's a triggering mechanism for the ocean harvest. It's basically they look for numbers on a 3-year running average. I think it's between 122 and 198 that they have to get back. So while we're at 112 this year and we're below the actual number, that doesn't trigger a reduction in harvest or any cutoffs, but it does set us on a slope. So if you throw the next slide up, I'd appreciate it. Here's what concerns us. We've actually, the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority sued the Pacific Coast Fishery Management Council and NIMS on this very issue. And we were summarily dismissed from court because NIMS said that under Magnuson-Stevenson that they were going to maximize ocean harvest in every year. But what's very interesting about this line is if you look from 2005 when the fishery crashed, if you remember the fishery crash, almost every year since that year, they have overestimated the amount of fish that are available to be harvested. And not only overestimated it, I get it, we're dealing with fish, it's big area, problems and everything, but look at the percentages. They're 50% off. So then you go and you set your ocean harvest rates at a number where you think you're getting 600,000 fish back, and you have 600 fish out there and you only have 200,000, and you set an ocean harvest rate of 50%, well, you're going to have declining fish coming back. Next slide, please. This just shows, and I think this chart is illustrative. Once again, if you start in 2005 again, and if you look at how, if you look at how the ocean harvest is factored in, you'll see the ocean harvest numbers. The numbers aren't that high, but if you look at it as a percent of harvest, you'll see that it's extremely high. And the reason why is because almost in every year, they overestimated the amount of fish. Last slide, please. So this is the scary thing for us going into the coming year. So think about this. So in 2016, we have fish coming out basically from a drought year period, okay? Now they're estimating ocean abundance at 255. I mean at 299, 300,000 fish, which is kind of strange when you think about it because this year we only got 255. Why would you ever think that you would have more fish in the third year of a drought coming out for ocean abundance? So not only did they do that, they set a harvest rate of almost 60%. So think about this, all the good work you're trying to do up at Shasta with Winter Run and keeping those fish, if 10 Winter Run make it out and make it to the ocean, 6 of them are going to be harvested, okay? That's what this chart's telling you, okay? And then they're hoping that the escapement is the total number, 299 minus the 59% harvest, you get down to 162. But here's the problem. If they're wrong again on ocean abundance and harvest is at 59 or goes up to 70% or 65%, the problem will be then we're going to run into a shutdown of our salmon fishery again. And I just want to say, this has nothing to do with what you're trying to do or nothing to do what we're trying to do.
Sustainability of the fishery.
Well, it's the management, and they have to review and come up with either a more conservative model or estimate. And we've commented on the model. They continue to ignore our comments. They continue to do whatever they want to do, which is fine. There are NOAA fisheries. They can do that. But at the end of the day, these numbers are not sustainable. And that's what we wanted to bring to your attention today. Thank you very much.
No, thank you for that. We'll have to talk to the council about it. I didn't realize that. Do you guys know those numbers? Have to. Yeah, and we know people we can ask about it, don't we? There you go. All right, next, thank you. That's the point of public comment. Thank you for demonstrating that. Next we have Carl, actually Nate Knott, great name, from the Downtown Comeback Club in Stockton. That's great. Hello.
Thank you. Hello there.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I'm one of those people who remembers when Stockton was a great downtown city. We're going to get there again. We have a new development plan in place, and things are going very positively.
Asparagus Festival. Ads are all over near my house.
Well, it's been reborn at our San Joaquin Fairgrounds. And I actually, my regular job, I work for the transit district. So I'm also involved with downtown with the transit district and public transportation. But yes, I am representing the Downtown Comeback Club as the facilitator of the club. And our goal is to bring back downtown as a commercial retail center with lots of healthy pedestrian activity and vibrant activities and active transportation and bicycling and use of transit. Stockton primarily needs people to want to relocate downtown. That includes people living there, by the way. Everyone now knows to bring back an urban center, you need population, native population downtown. In any event, water quality is essential to downtown Stockton for us to have economic growth and for people to live there again. I'm sure most people here are probably aware that we are an inland ocean port. A lot of people don't realize Stockton's an inland ocean port, and a very successful one. It's privately operated, makes a profit, has great tonnage. Having said that, the water quality is a big issue to us in many ways. Number one, the ocean ships even had difficulty getting through the water hyacinth outbreak of last year. Then our downtown was hit by an algae bloom. I don't know which one or species, but an algae bloom outbreak that essentially fouled the air downtown. And I don't mean just at the waterfront. I mean it extended blocks and blocks into the central downtown business core. Now, one of the things we want to do to bring back downtown Stockton is we have a beautiful waterfront that's been largely developed with a ballpark, an arena, a hotel, a marina, and a few other nice amenities and restaurants. However, until the water quality is there, the boaters are not going to use that very well. And they literally couldn't get in with their boats during the hyacinth outbreak of the fall. And that's been 2-3 years running now, and it's gotten worse pretty much every year. And Stockton has many marinas dotting around Stockton since we're in the heart of the actual San Joaquin Delta estuary. And there were quite a few marinas that they were actually locked in with their boats. So that killed a lot of economic activity. And we even lost a great tradition called the Boat Light Parade. Since the waterfront in Stockton comes right to the edge of downtown to our historic Hotel Stockton which has been renovated, we usually have, and I think it had operated for 28 consecutive years, a beautiful Christmas boat light parade that was a total volunteer effort by people to bring their beautiful boats in, all lit up with Santa Claus and Christmas lights and Christmas trees. We've lost that 2 years in a row because they had to cancel it because of the water hyacinth. That has a ripple effect with people not coming downtown, not going to hotels, not going to restaurants. And furthermore, we have a new development plan for downtown where we're trying to bring investors in and trying to get them to invest in downtown. And when you have a water hyacinth outbreak or algae bloom outbreak and you have bad odors in downtown, you're not going to be able to bring in people from the Silicon Valley or Southern California or elsewhere to invest in your downtown. In fact, we had a floating, an old historic boat was going to be turned into a floating restaurant. And when the investors came to look at the boat, which was beautiful, the water hyacinth was there, and they got right back on the plane and went home, and there was no investment. We also have a beautiful downtown Cineplex that can be affected by the water being fouled up, which is 3 blocks away. So I just urge you very much to make decisions that will lead us to much better overall year-round quality of water, which will allow us to help us in our efforts to restore the economic vitality of downtown Stockton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Brandy Spencer from the African American Chamber. Hi, nice to meet you.
I usually get that same response when people say Brandy and they see a male come up. So absolutely. It's Brandy Owusu Spencer from the African American Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much for having me. Just to echo the already stated concerns, primarily surrounding the difficulty and challenges that exist, getting investors and potential new businesses to come to the Stockton and greater San Joaquin County area. Due to the current poor water quality, I feel it's imperative that we make the water quality plan and the updates surrounding it and for the Delta a top priority. We must save the Bay Delta now as the promotion and campaign state. Our county's businesses are suffering, especially in the African American community, primarily because agriculture is one of the San Joaquin County's most essential industries, if not the most. Many small businesses in our communities are agricultural based, and they have a lot of connections to the farm and restaurant community. So having said that, it's easy to make the connection between the importance between water and agriculture. So with this in mind, it's again echoing the importance of the water quality and making that a top priority feeds directly into our businesses that employ quite a few of our community's members. So just to really echo that and drive that point home, we strongly encourage you to make that a priority and keep it in mind that the businesses in our communities are suffering from that, and we need all the support we can in this area. Thank you.
Next, Esperanza Vielma from Restore the Delta. Morning.
Marcus and board members. Again, I'm Esperanza Vilma today, and I'm speaking for Barbara Bergen-Perea with Restore the Delta. As of today, 4,000 people have signed a petition with us calling on you to begin the water quality plan for the Delta now and quickly. 4,000 may not seem like a large number in terms of California's population. However, it's a large number when you consider the level of water wonkiness involved in understanding hydrology and following the processes that make up state water board hearings. California fish species are plummeting to record levels, as the gentleman just stated, and we're dangerously close to losing the estuary. Only 6 Delta smelt that once numbered in the millions were collated in the index stations in the estuary this past fall. Likewise, longfin smelt declines to the lowest abundance in the history of the fall survey. I'm not going to comment on length on the abysmal Chinook salmon situation because you hear regularly on that issue from experts beyond our organization. But I do want you to remember that the impacts felt by salmon fisheries will ripple out to the rest at the tune of $750 million recreational fishing industry if you fail to act now. We are already hearing arguments from the water exporters that because fish are heading to extinction, we might as well continue to overpump the Delta. After all, if the fish are gone, the need to protect the estuary disappears. Never mind the 1 million people who live in and around the Delta and who depend on water quality for their drinking water supply and their jobs. Extinction is forever, and we all know that a river system that cannot support wildlife cannot support human life in a matter of time. So our follow-up question for the staff is, have they been assigned solely to work on the Delta Water Quality Plan update, and if you've taken steps to expedite the process? Thank you.
We do have folks full-time now. We've gotten more folks because we got them from the legislature, which is great. So that helps a tremendous amount. Doesn't make it any easier, but at least they're not doing both things all the time, especially if you have the drought. Okay, that completes our public comment. We had a number of the minutes. February 16th.
So move for adoption.
Second. You can have it.
I'll abstain.
All in favor?
Aye.
Minutes carry. We have 3 items that were on uncontested that have moved to the contested calendar, so let's have the presentation. And as I looked at the slides, they're on all 3, so I'll turn to staff. Do we have any cards? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Morning.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and board members. My name is Ariana Villanueva, and I'm in the NPDS Wastewater Unit in the Division of Water Quality. Today, I'll provide a brief background on the 3 proposed permits for reissuance. I'll describe the major changes to each proposed permit. I'll discuss the comments we received and staff's responses to these comments. I'll show the late changes made to the proposed permits, and then I'll open up the floor for any questions. The 3 proposed permits for reissuance were adopted by the State Water Board in March 2011. I'll provide a brief summary of each of the proposed permits. I'll start with the vector control permit. The vector control permit regulates pesticide active ingredients for the control of vectors such as mosquitoes and flies that carry diseases and pathogens that threaten public health. The vector control permit required the State Water Board to conduct a toxicity study. The results from the study would determine if toxicity monitoring requirements would be added to the vector control permit. Any action on the vector control permit would be applied to the other pesticide permits. In March 2014, the Deputy Director amended the vector control permit based on the following. 1, toxicity study results. 2, monitoring data submitted by the Mosquito and Vector Control Association of California. And 3, the finding that further toxicity monitoring would not provide additional information. Based on these factors, the Deputy Director concluded that no further toxicity monitoring is needed for the vector control permit. Now I'll go over the Aquatic Animal Invasive Species Control Permit. The Aquatic Animal Invasive Species Control Permit regulates active ingredients for the control of quagga and zebra mussels and other aquatic animal invasive species that affect water resource facilities, such as intakes and pumps. When the State Water Board amended the permit in October 2014, the State Water Board concluded that no further toxicity monitoring was needed based on the action taken on the 2014 Vector Control Permit Amendment. Now I'll talk about the Spray Applications Permit. The Spray Applications Permit regulates pesticide products to protect California's agriculture from invasive pests that target plants. When the State Water Board adopted the Spray Applications Permit in March 2011, only 2 agencies were authorized to enroll in the permit. However, only the California Department of Food and Agriculture enrolled in the permit. This next slide shows the proposed changes to the 3 permits. The 2014 amendments to the Vector Control Permit and the Aquatic Animal Invasive Species Control Permit removed toxicity monitoring requirements in those permits. The proposed Spray Applications Permit reissuance will also remove toxicity monitoring requirements to be consistent with the other pesticide permits. It is important to note that the California Department of Food and Agriculture, which is the sole permittee in the Spray Applications Permit, only applies pesticides to the targeted plant areas and not directly to surface waters. So it is unlikely that the applications will affect the receiving waters. The amendments for the Vector Control Permit and the Aquatic Animal Invasive Species Control Permit also changed the regulation from pesticide products to active ingredients. The Spray Applications Permit is proposed to regulate active ingredients to be consistent with the other pesticide permits. Each permit is proposed to add language that delegates the State Water Board's authority to the Executive Director. And this is to add active ingredients newly registered by the Department of Pesticide Regulation, and to grant regulatory exceptions to dischargers as allowed by the permits. Amending the permits for every newly registered active ingredient, and also to grant these regulatory exemptions through the State Water Board is resource intensive. The specific permit changes are as follows. For the vector control permit, we are proposing to add minimum risk pesticides, which are pesticides that the US EPA exempted from requirements with the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act. For the aquatic animal invasive species control permit, we will be adding copper as an active ingredient. And then finally, for the spray applications permit, we will be identifying the California Department of Food and Agriculture as the sole permittee.
So does that, I'm sorry, I know I should know this. So that means that as opposed to it being a general permit, it's just a CDFA permit? Is that what it means? Or is it more of a public information awareness kind of thing?
It's a statewide individual permit. So,
but why are you identifying, taking the action of identifying CDFA as the sole permittee?
Because they will be the only permit holder for that permit.
And so that means nobody else can enroll in it?
Right.
Okay.
Right. It's similar to the previous general permit, which only allowed 2 agencies to enroll in the permit, one of which was the California Department of Food and Ag.
I will now go over the comments on each proposed permit. Heal the Bay provided 1 comment letter for all 3 proposed permits. Heal the Bay recommends whole stream bioassessment monitoring in lieu of constituent by constituent monitoring, which ignores the additive pesticide effects on the ecosystem. They're concerned that not adding toxicity monitoring to the permits contradict the results from the 2012 toxicity study that was conducted for the vector control permit. Heal the Bay is also concerned that the toxicity study was not posted and that the State Water Board is not being clear and transparent for removing the toxicity monitoring requirements in the vector control permit. Furthermore, Heal the Bay recommends to add a numeric toxicity limit and toxicity monitoring to the proposed permits. And finally, they also recommend that the pesticide application plans should require further studies to justify pesticide applications to evaluate the effects of pesticides on human health and the environment. This next slide shows the responses to comments. Heal the Bay's comments focus on the toxicity study and the removal of toxicity monitoring requirements. And as I stated previously, the toxicity study was conducted for the vector control permit, and any action taken on the vector control permit would be applied to the other pesticide permits. In response to Heal the Bay's comments, toxicity monitoring was not added to the permit because the deputy director found that pesticides are designed to be toxic to kill vectors for public health protection, and that pesticide applications are unlikely to contribute to long-term toxicity monitoring because they're short in duration, only minimal amounts of pesticides are used for the pesticides to be effective, and that the draft toxicity study report indicated that toxicity levels returned to background levels in repeated applications within a week.
Ask a question about that. So it's true that minimum amounts are required to be effective, and certainly that pesticides have been reformulated quite a bit since the old days. When I first worked on it in the 90s. I want you to talk about the study a little bit, but the permit itself requires that lower limits be used, right? The fact that minimal amounts are necessary doesn't mean people only use the minimal amount unless the permit requires that you use a reasonable amount, right?
That's correct. We have receiving water limitations in the permit that limit the amount that can be allowed in the receiving water itself.
All right. And how does the permittee know what that is? I'm
The
just
la-
trying to
the
make sure
label
your
requirements
response
for-
is clear to the comments that are made, that this one has a hole in it. I
We
know there's more.
we regulate the water quality end of it, but the actual application rate of the pesticide is specified in the label, and that label requirement is binding on the applicant.
But we also require reporting on the actual amount that is applied, and so that's the hole, how you fill that hole.
In addition, further monitoring would provide the same finding of toxicity in samples due to the toxic nature of pesticides. And so based on these findings, the Deputy Director revised the Vector Control Permit Monitoring and Reporting Program to require only visual observations, monitoring and reporting of pesticide application rates, and reporting of non-compliant applications. And these three provide information equivalent to the existing monitoring and reporting requirements to determine permit compliance and to protect beneficial uses of the receiving waters.
All right, can you go back to the comments from Heal the Bay? Because these are summary, but they don't actually respond to the comments. And let's talk about the toxicity study. Is the argument about the percentages in there in terms of whether it contradicts? The Heal the Bay letter pointed out that there was some percentage toxicity in it, which is less than 20%, if I'm remembering it right. So it would be helpful if you explain how you get to they say that it contradicts removal of toxicity monitoring. You then, if you move forward, say that it supports it. So can you explain what the toxicity study showed you all, and then is it posted? It's posted now,
Right.
right? All right, you've shared that. Explain that study to those of us who are less expert than others.
Right. The toxicity study found that based on the monitoring of applications for vector control, there was 16% of the samples showed toxicity.
And why to not be concerned about that?
We're not concerned because if we continue monitoring, we would be getting the same results because of the toxic nature of the pesticides, as Ariana has mentioned. So even if we continue monitoring, we would get the same 16% of approximately around there, of result of toxicity. So that's one reason why.
So let me jump in and try and explain
Can
it.
you help explain this for like my Aunt Charlotte?
Yeah, so for your Aunt Charlotte, we found two general results from the toxicity, that you find toxicity in the near field, near time, and we expect that.
Well, you would expect that in
That's
short
right.
term.
And
that makes sense.
you see ambient toxicity in the environment and for the long term and far field. That ambient toxicity isn't any different than the areas that are not associated with the spray. So we have ambient toxicity in our receiving waters, and we have ambient toxicity in the receiving waters near the application. What we didn't see was a significant difference between those two.
Didn't see an increase due to the pesticide application because we just have such a boatload of toxicity that comes in from our surface waters for a whole host
I
of
wouldn't
reasons.
necessarily say it's a boatload, but there is toxicity associated with the receiving waters, and we find the same levels, equivalent levels. I won't say they're exactly the same.
That would be the thing to say.
And so that's the main reason why we discontinued the toxicity testing, because, well, there was two reasons, and that's one of the reasons. The other reason is that for the vector control folks, you are weighing the public health impact of diverting staff from making application to coming back to the same site and doing sampling over time. Because you're not going to, doesn't help you to sample when you apply it, because you would expect toxicity then. That's what you have. Right. So you have to come back after a certain time, or you have to go to a place a little ways away. That means you're diverting those staff whose job it is to control the vectors to going back and resampling. That's what is the trade-off that we were looking at. We didn't feel that the amount of toxicity, and I definitely agree there is toxicity there in the receiving water, justified the reduction in the public health protection of not going out and doing that spray.
Are there spot checks that we do just to make sure that what the application reports we're getting are accurate, or Anything like that?
I will make sure that we are doing that. I don't know off the top of my head. We spent a lot of time working with the vector control people to develop the reporting so that we could use the information that they were recording as a way to make sure that they're not over applying. Because that's the real issue here is if they over apply, you would have excessive chemicals with toxic amounts in it. And so I will work with our staff to make sure that that they're reviewing those reports and doing the follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, it would be helpful to have at least some spot checks, particularly if we have water bodies of particular significance, as opposed to it being just paperwork. I recognize that our whole system is based on that, and you assume people are telling the truth when they sign, but there are going to be some places it'd be helpful to trust but verify. So if you can come up with something like that, I would
I
feel a
will.
little bit better.
Is there a tie-in, because you mentioned ambient work, and we have the surface water ambient monitoring program. I mean, I realize that's a course level of monitoring throughout the state, but at the same time, that, is the strategy that kind of ambient work, it could be local, it could be tied with
I'll
municipal
be
permit.
blunt, Board Member Moore. The toxicity study was a focus study associated with application of pesticide. We do have the ambient program, which depending on the water body and the location and the year, we include toxicity testing for. And where we find problems with that, we use that information to look for sources, but we're not designing that to detect exceedances associated with these pesticide
Right.
products. It's a general program, not a
It's
specific.
general. It might pick up general trends, but at the same time, I would point to, one of the answers staff could provide, I'm thinking, is the detail that is required in this permit. I point to provision C, pesticides application plan, where a great deal of detail is provided about location and amounts and justification of amounts applied. And then as well as pretty stringent requirements on corrective action reporting so that can give staff a clue. And I believe there's even provisions in here to do some sort of reopener or monitoring requirements if there's any kind of problem with with that type of in noncompliance with their plan or corrective action needed.
And there is always the ability for the executive director to add monitoring requirements to a permit if he finds that it's justified.
I think what I'm sensing here is that the toxicity monitoring, you mentioned there's a trade-off of staff effort at the vector control level, which I think is important. But also there's a lot of work built into getting a good plan together. Our sister agency, Department of Pesticide Regulation, having kind of, licensed these things and specified how they're supposed to be applied so that they're minimized in the environment, as short a half-life as possible. And that is all part of, the self-certification process here.
That's correct.
So the hope is there's a functional equivalence to this sort of, screening and management and accountability on the front end that the toxicity monitoring, would more or less verify. And the question is, there's value added to the additional cost and effort.
That was very well put.
I would like to add or respond to Chair Marcus's comment about doing spot checks. We've been out with the vector control districts at least 3 times, so we've been observing their applications.
Good. Well, let's go to public comment. We have 2, I'll say 5 minutes, and we'll start with Catherine Pease from Heal the Bay. Morning.
Good morning, board members. My name is Catherine Pease. I'm the watershed scientist at Heal the Bay. Thank you for hearing me this morning and responding to our comments. I'm here today to ask you to take a closer look at these permits and to ensure that they're adequately protective of water quality and biological communities. We are still asking for toxicity monitoring and a numeric toxicity limit to be added to the permits. Solely monitoring on a constituent by constituent basis ignores the potential synergistic and complex effects of pesticides on the ecosystem. Moving away from monitoring of individual chemicals towards assessing overall stream health is a more modern approach to monitoring and is in fact consistent with what the state board is hoping to achieve through the Biological Integrity Assessment Implementation Plan and the toxicity policy. The primary evidence given for not adding toxicity monitoring to the current spray applications permit and previously to the vector control and aquatic invasive species permit is this 2013 draft toxicity study report that we've been discussing. So again, the study found that 16% of the post-application water samples were significantly toxic to non-target organisms. We argue that these levels are unacceptable. The Los Angeles Basin Plan, for example, states that there shall be no acute toxicity in ambient waters, including mixing zones. We understand that the purpose of pesticides is to be toxic. However, the toxicity should not be seen in non-target organisms. Further, the language in the permit states that based on the study, the state board determined that there were no significant impacts to waters of the U.S. from pesticide applications for vector control. So again, we still feel that these statements are at odds, and if there is information on the ambient levels that show that a 16% toxicity is acceptable, I would like to see that. I did not see that in the study, unless I missed it. So again, we would like to know if there is an accepted level of toxicity contrary to basin plans. If so, what is it? And what levels of toxicity would have had to have been found in this study to require toxicity testing? That was not clear to us. So another one of the staff's responses to our comments state the toxicity level in waters return to background levels. However, specifically for the monitoring of NALID, we found in this study that 3 of the 9 samples did not return to background levels of toxicity. So they remained at 0 survival at 12 and 24 hours, which was the last time point monitored, at least that we could see in the study. Further, the toxicity study was somewhat limited in its scope. They only tested 6 active ingredients, and these permits cover something like over 20 active ingredients. The study also examined 15 events of pesticide applications. We realized that they were opportunistic and took advantage of the events that occurred during that time. However, based on these limitations, we're concerned that extrapolating the conclusions to additional chemicals and statewide is not appropriate, and that further studies should be done for the chemicals specifically in the permits and at more sample sites before concluding that toxicity monitoring should not be added to the permits. Of particular concern is the compound NALID. So in the study, the compound resulted in high levels of toxicity due to its breakdown product, dichlorvose. This study states that in the case of NALID, analysis of the active ingredient would have underestimated potential impacts to the receiving system. So these results, we feel, strongly support a recommendation of toxicity testing, or at the very minimum, to include dichlorvose as a receiving water monitor trigger in the permits which contain NALID, which are the spray and the vector control permits. So again, just in summary, toxicity monitoring, or even further, biological assessments are modern holistic ways to assess water quality and stream health. And we ask that you add toxicity testing and a numeric toxicity limit to these permits. At a minimum, we would like to see dichlorvose added to the permits as a monitoring trigger, as well as additional toxicity studies performed. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
I'll have some other thoughts after we listen to the next speaker. Mr. White, Brian White, from the Mosquito Vector Control Association.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Brian White with KP Public Affairs on behalf of the Mosquito and Vector Control Association of California. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, offer some brief comments in support of the draft vector control permit. We've been here over the last year. We've dealt a lot with the state board on a number of policy issues, and it's been really good dialogue between MVCAC and the state board on various issues that are arising and emerging with respect to mosquito and vector control issues. And it's been a good opportunity for us to educate the staff, which includes protecting public health from the spread of vector-borne diseases and educating the public on how to protect themselves from diseases. As you know, MVCAC, we represent over 65 mosquito and vector control districts. Each one has its own separate mission and regions to worry about. But we also work with the Department of Public Health, and they're our sister, kind of our sister agency that provides us a lot of input on how these mosquito districts actually work. With the heightened awareness of mosquito issues that are now in the news, we all know that you can't turn on TV or read a newspaper today without hearing something about whether it's Zika or it's Aedes aegypti, chikungunya. There's several new vector-borne diseases that are occurring in the populations, and it's our job to make sure that we control those in an environmentally responsible way, and we do that. With that in mind, MVCAC, we appreciate that the staff took the time to renew this draft permit in their comments responding to Hill Bay, and we recommend that the board take action to adopt it. 2 years ago, the Water Board did adopt the revised vector control permit, and it added all adulticide and larvicide active ingredients that are currently registered with DPR. These are also go through the federal EPA, which was already commented on, and so these are not things that haven't been through the system. People know about them, what they do. Likewise, the draft permit covers the point source discharges of biological and residual pesticides that result from indirect sprays. And I emphasize that we only use pesticides that are approved by DPR and EPA. And that's also with specific application rates. So there's a lot of talk about the application rates and how those are actually applied. We only use the pesticides that are in our pesticide application plan, which I'll talk about in just a second. In the past, we worked with the Water Board to investigate and study the potential impacts, which was noted in the comments, and found that the both chemical and physical monitoring didn't find any significant impacts to beneficial receiving waters, and we're in line with approved application rates. It should also be noted that the vector control permit requires each permit holder to submit a pesticide application plan, which is reviewed by the Water Board staff before issuing a permit. And this demonstrates how pesticides will be applied only to a vector control problem. After it's identified, we don't just go out and spray just to spray. It has to be an actual identified problem. The draft permit for your consideration today is consistent with these criteria to ensure mosquito control districts are able to protect public health and do that using tools necessary to minimize risk to the public. We respectfully request that the board approve it in its current form. One final note, and this is just really kind of a technical processing issue. If the board does take action today, we would respectfully ask that it be processed rather quickly. Last year, 2 years ago, when we went through this process, there was a little bit of confusion in the field because the order wasn't approved quick enough. So some of our districts may have been out of compliance. And so this is really just kind of maybe a backlog of the process and the permits. Nothing, not intended, but it's really an unintended issue of trying to get the permits out quickly. And so we would just respectfully request that if the board does approve a permit today, that they do it as fast as possible to ensure that districts aren't out of compliance. Again, we like to work with the board and the staff. We think that this has gone through a lot of study, and we continue to work with the staff and the board and make sure that these tools can be used at minimum levels. And we're happy to work with you to address any issues that you guys may have talked about just recently. So thank you. And I have my colleague, Gary Goodman, here with Sacramento Yolo Mosquito Control District, and he can answer any technical questions.
We have one more card. I just want to say that I saw this PowerPoint, went through it, and then I jumped into public comment too soon. Once I actually drink this, I'll be a little more alert. So, Mr. Gore, why don't you come up, and then we're going to go back to the staff presentation because they actually went through more comments and have more to show.
I apologize. Robert Gore from the Gualco Group on behalf of the California Association of Pest Control Advisors. Just for your general information and background, since we work with them so much, Brian Leahy and DPR have the largest cadre of scientists in state service. So they offer very thorough backstop for, it surprises me too. Anyway, for whatever the board may wish to inquiry. On behalf of the 3,000 licensed pest control and certified crop advisors in California, they are very thoroughly trained. They must provide on a level with a PE, signed, licensed advice and consultation to farmers. And they take very seriously any sort of pesticide application, abiding by what Director Leahy calls on-target precision agriculture. I just wanted you to understand the operating environment for PCAs and what they use. Thanks.
Sorry, my apologies. Continue through. I'm just so eager to get into it.
I'm going to move forward to the aquatic animal invasive species control permit comments. For the aquatic animal invasive species control permit, we received comments from, we received comments in support of the permit from the Association of Clean Water Agencies and the Metropolitan Water District. And we also received comments from the City of San Diego and the San Diego County Water Authority to use alternate methods to determine the biological pesticide. This slide shows the response to the comments. Sorry. Okay. This slide shows the response to the comments. We appreciate comments in support of the permit, but in response to the San Diego County Water Authority and the City of San Diego's comments, we stated that the methods to determine the biological pesticide concentration are in accordance with the label requirements, and State Water Board and Department of Pesticide Regulation staff work collaboratively to ensure that the draft permit requirements are consistent with the pesticide labels. We also received comments on the spray applications permit. We received comments from Bruce Fenton, a member of the public, and he is concerned that the State Water Board is preempting the regulatory authority of the Department of Pesticide Regulation, and that he stated that the State Water Board is not complying with the management agency agreement with the Department of Pesticide Regulation, and also that the State Water Board delegation to the executive director is not authorized by law. In response, we stated that nothing in the draft permits limits the regulatory authority of the DPR, and also that the State Water Board and DPR staff worked cooperatively in drafting the permit, which is consistent with the management agency agreement. And also, the State Water Board delegation to the executive director is in accordance with Section 7 of the California Water Code. So in response to these comments, we're not changing anything to the public notice draft of the spray applications permit. And now I will go over the late changes to the proposed permits. For the vector control permit, we added a checkbox for existing enrollees in the notice of intent form as shown in the figure. For the aquatic animal invasive species control permit, we added language requiring discharges to submit applications at least 90 days before the expected pesticide application to ensure that Water Board staff has enough time to review the applications. We also added language to specify the Lahontan Regional Water Board's basin plan, pesticide prohibition, and the need for an exemption to be covered under the permit. We also added monitoring for hardness if copper is used, and we also added a checkbox for existing enrollees in the notice of intent form as shown in the figure. And then finally, for the spray applications permit, there were no late changes. This concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
I have a quick question on just to in the past, I know the regional water board staff were involved with implementation and processing of reports and plans. Is that about the same today, or is this moved more into the state water board staff's work? And then if so, what kind of coordination is done with the regional board, given that they're our eyes and ears in the field?
The state board staff solely processes, reviews, we process the applications when we receive them, but once we receive an application, we inform the regional water board staff that we are in receipt of the application, and also let them know that we've posted the application, the whole package, the form, and also the pesticide application plan on our website. So if they have specific concerns about the applications, they can let us know, and we would add additional requirements to the notice of applicability or the approval letter that the deputy director sends out to the applicants. Any concerns that the regional water board staff has will be added to the approval letter.
Each regional board has a point person that you deal with on this issue.
Yes.
I'm comfortable with the approach that you've taken. I just have a question regarding the concern raised about compliance. I think it's important that these, when the permits need to be renewed, that they come to us in a timely fashion so that there's not this danger of applicants being out of compliance. So could you comment on that and any
I'll comment on
suggestions
that.
you might have going forward in the future so that there's not that potential?
So it wasn't that the permit wasn't brought forward. What happened was that we just had a mix-up in posting the final requirements. And so even though the permit was adopted, folks were concerned that they didn't have the final certified permit. So we're working to address that issue. It's not that the permits were late or that the board didn't act in a timely manner.
Another question. To date, have you received any public comments on the applications or the application plans that have been posted?
When the permits were adopted in 2011, we did receive comments from the Bay Area, the counterpart of Gila Bay in the Bay Area, San Francisco. And I think that was the only batch of comments we received back then. And then subsequent postings of applications, in subsequent postings, we didn't receive any more
And
comments.
how is the public made aware that these postings have been made and that public comments are being solicited? For example, if Hilda Bay or other local groups had concern, how would they even know that the applications have been posted?
Well, it's stated in the permit, and also we have an email group for each pesticide permit. And so before we post the plans, we inform we send an email through the email groups that we're posting the plans on our website.
So someone can sort of sign up for, again, I'm putting it in my Aunt Char's language. So someone could sign up on a subscription list to get notice whenever one of these comes in.
Yes.
So Heal the Bay could monitor it if they wanted to, or Save the Bay.
Or if you know the interested parties specifically, we would include them in our emailing, in the email that we send out.
Are there any specific requirements to notify?
I think that the way that we do this, and we do this with lots of permits, is that people that are interested sign up for the LIRIS list and then they get notified. It would be, I would think, it would be difficult for us to keep track of any special noticing requirements to any certain interested party. If someone is interested,
or a local interested party on a given application.
On these, they need to sign up for that so that we don't lose track of it. I would be worried that over time we would just lose track of that special issue. And so we have the LIRIS list for these permits, and folks should sign up for them, and they'll get notified of any.
Know how many people are signed up on the service list to get information?
We can get that for you. I don't have that information off the top of our heads. We have a listing that DIT maintains, and I can find out for you.
I mean, I appreciate the challenges of notification and keeping track of people, but it just occurs to me that if we're going to be posting things for public comment, it would behoove us to have some sort of checking to make sure that people are aware that these applications are being posted. I don't have a solution. It just, I mean, we pride ourselves on the public process and on the fact that things are posted for public comment. It seems like we're just going through the motion unless we do have a viable way of ensuring that affected people are aware and are commenting if they, okay, let me ask, is Hilda Bay on that service list? Okay, so here,
Sign up.
here is a concerned organization who obviously weren't even aware of the service list in order to get information.
Yeah, and this does have, there's not just environmental advocacy groups, there's tribes There's local municipal water quality agencies that would like to know if something's being, applied in the area that they're studying and they're monitoring. So there's a lot of reason to get the information out there just to help interpret what's going on. I realize it's not, this huge source of chemistry into the waters, but at the same time,
I
it's
just
information.
am a little bit perplexed on, we advertise our lists continuously. We talk about
So we
them.
have a pretty easy to get on
And we
list,
have
and
a,
folks do go to it. I mean,
place on the website that checks off all of the different LIRIS lists. You can go and click on any one you want. I know that it's not that we're not reaching out to every person that could potentially be interested, but people that are interested do spend a lot of time looking at our requirements and our permits. Obviously, they do. And so the information is there. I am open to any way that we could promote this in a more holistic manner, but it is really self-selected on that.
Yeah, I mean, my experience working with vector control at the local level is that given water bodies have very active engagement on the part of water agencies and the public. In fact, the vector control agencies got a notice and post, and you probably have your own list. And my guess is that they'll see that you've applied for this permit, and then they'll see State Water Board. It doesn't seem that remote for the folks who follow this, frankly, to me, just based on I just am familiar in an urban setting, so.
And actually, that actually was the answer I was looking for, in that the agencies who are doing this actually have their own,
there are other requirements to post,
exactly.
right? Yeah. So, all right.
The only question I had is, where can people get us access to that study of the background numbers that for all the streams, not just those where the pesticides are being applied through the vector control? Is it online?
The toxicity study is posted on all of the pesticide permit web pages.
Okay.
All right.
And also, I just jumping over, because I think that what they're also looking for is the SWAMP report on toxicity, which is also available on our website. I don't have the exact link, but under SWAMP, Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, we have the toxicity study that was done statewide. And so that's, I think, what you should be looking at comparison to.
And should that be on the same web page? I mean, when people go and look at a particular permit, should they?
No, it's not related to a permit. It's related to
No. I know it's not related to a permit, but we're saying that the application of the vector control pesticides
We'll just put it up on that page.
Are not adding significantly.
We'll just put a link onto that page.
I think that's
yeah, links are good.
I just asked the clerk to look at the number of folks, and though we're having trouble reading the small print, there's a large number of folks on the vector control permit list. And so we can find out any of those lists, how many there are.
Okay. I have one other, it may be a question or clarification, in that without necessarily having to answer every question Ms. Pease raised, I don't hear you saying that 16% is an acceptable number, just that the study found no appreciable difference between background toxicity and toxicity after the application of these pesticides.
I'm going to jump right in here because I meant to say that, but we got distracted, is that it's not an acceptable amount of toxicity.
Right.
We are not saying that it's
Not happy
acceptable or
with
that
that.
we've decided that less than 20% is okay. But what we are saying is that we do have toxicity in our receiving waters, and we are doing lots of things to address that toxicity in our receiving water. But we didn't see a significant increase based on application.
That's right, that of all of the things that cause toxicity in our receiving waters, the application of these particular pesticides at the amount stated on the labels is not, it's not the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Correct.
Thank you. That a helpful discussion for me. Um, do I have a motion on this matter?
I'll move for adoption with all the changes.
Any further discussion?
And just to be clear, because you had staff present on items 2, 3, and 4, that is a motion. In case any of the board members want to vote separately on the items, they can. But if it looks like there's a consensus, you can vote for them together. But it's to move items 2 with its change sheet, items 3, item 4 with its change sheet, all at once.
So moved.
Right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. It carries one suggestion that didn't need to be in. I mean, it's clear. I mean, I think this was helpful as well as some of the conversation and reading and all of that. But it would be helpful in the follow-on discussions, particularly with Heal the Bay, to talk about that toxicity study a little bit more and what it is, what it isn't, and what else we may need to do. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Next, we're going to informational items. California, item number 5 is California's unfortunate ongoing drought emergency. Oh, I'll trade you. Thank you. I was trying. I can't tell from here. Yeah.
Okay, I guess we can get started. Good morning. My name is Rich Sitkowski, and I'm an engineer with the Bay Delta program of the Division of Water Rights. And to my left is Diane Riddle, program manager for the Bay Delta and hearings section. Madam Chair, Vice Chair Spivey Weber, and board members, we're here today to give you an update on some of the drought issues. Although this year started out well, as you know, February was drier than normal. We had lower than normal precipitation, and that which means that the drought's not over. Fortunately,
February.
That's right, for February.
I hate February for a really long time.
Fortunately, storms are forecast in the next week. We heard yesterday that some precip will be coming in this Thursday, March 3rd, with a large storm occurring this Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, March 6th through 8th. We heard from that this storm will drop approximately 7 inches of precipitation in the Feather River Basin, and according to the meteorologists, the amount that's going to be dropped there will be similar in the Northern California area. So it's going to be a very large one. The snow level will be down to between 6,000 and 7,000 feet. The precipitation will occur all the way down to Southern California, although in lesser amounts. Turning over to project operations, we had received information from the State Water Project, the Department of Water Resources, that DWR has increased its allocation for the most recent recipients to 30% of requested amounts. This is up from 15% last month. So that's quite a sizable increase. Going on to the RD DOMP process, yesterday we found out yesterday at the RD DOMP that the San Joaquin River flow standards will not be met for February, and because of that, the USBR will be notifying the executive director via a letter in the next, according to what they say, in the next couple of weeks about this. Them not being able to meet the flow standard at Vernalis. We also asked them if there was going to be compliance issues in March, and they said that that is a possibility. Of course, it all depends on what kind of rainfall we get in the next few weeks. So going on to the drought contingency plan. So we received a February update to the drought contingency plan, and in the drought contingency plan, there was an evaluation of the 2005 operations for temperature management. Reclamation, even though this was due February 1st, Reclamation proposed to us that this was going to be provided to us in mid-April.
Yeah, I think Rich is referring to the order on reconsideration that you adopted on December 15th. He's going to go through what things are due and the response we've received from the Bureau of Reclamation on when they expect to be able to provide this information. And then I think it's something we need to continue to dialogue on with you because it's a state board order requirement, and Rich will go on to talk about that.
Thank you, Diane. Second of all, there was a requirement that the Bureau put together a plan for operation for Folsom.
All right, Rick, can you explain what the response on what this reservoir profile measurement errors, temperature, et cetera, what does that mean?
Essentially,
Just in theory, their reason for why they want mid-April. I want to understand why mid-April.
well, what it is essentially, it's a retrospective of what happened in 2015, and including information regarding measurement errors, temperature exceedances, everything related to basically Sacramento River flows and temperature.
So this is what happened, not what their rationale for mid-April is. What is their rationale for not being able to evaluate what happened last year until mid-April? Because they've had since December 15th.
So we got an email on February 5th from Ron Milligan to Tom Howard, and the stated reason for the delay is in light of the changing hydrology. I think they're referring to improvements in hydrology, although I think we know it's been dry since then. And the time and resource demands of real-time project operations, that they don't essentially have the time to complete the requirements in the time allotted. So as I said, I think this is something you guys needed to be aware of and something we plan to discuss further. I believe this came up at the last drought update where the department and Bureau were here, and I think it's something we need to continue to discuss with the Bureau and department probably the next time they come in or at the temperature workshop.
It's going to have to be before that.
Yeah, okay, that's,
I mean, this is just to even have the conversation about, well, I've had a couple of conversations on this, and it doesn't help to put that off until the next regularly scheduled public meeting.
Well, this is really not an update. We received that information when we were here last, and there was an exchange where a number of us made it very clear that we felt that it was important that the Bureau work with all of the agencies involved. And I think Mr. Howard, you may have had a discussion, so I think getting an update without them being here, maybe if you could just inform us as to what they committed to after they left this room as far as further discussion, because this February 5th email is outdated at this point.
Yeah, we talked about the Sac River temperature issues, but I don't recall us talking about the reports that were already overdue. And so perhaps Mr. Grober, who's been more involved on a day-to-day basis, has an update on that.
Good morning, Les Grober, Assistant Deputy Director for Water Rights. Yeah, they provided no specific rationale for not providing that, aside from some general that they're working on a lot of things. So there was no other specific reason for the delay.
I think we need to, I think the point is we need to prepare a response to the February 5th email. As Tom said, I think some of these issues were discussed and we agree to some extent that it would be better to have more information, but I think the concern is that the reason these requirements were front-loaded in the season is because is in recognition of the need to make water supply planning decisions also. So there's no perfect time for any of these things to be completed, and we recognize that everybody is very tight on resources, but that it's still important to understand what has happened and to start looking at what we need to do next year to ensure protection of the beneficial uses. And so I think we were kind of just wanted to make you aware of that and that we need to provide some sort of a response on all these other issues. The temperature stuff may be something we want to discuss more at our upcoming temperature workshop, but these are board order requirements rather than the executive director requirements, so we wanted to get some input from you on those.
And what are the consequences of violating a board order? Not once, but twice, a third time. And as I recall from the last board meeting, the chair actually had that exchange with Mr. Mulligan, who was here. And yet here we are, what, 3 weeks later, still in the same. What are the consequences of violating a board order?
Well, as the board's aware, especially when you're talking about the Bureau, our options primarily focus on a potential cease and desist order, which would go through an extensive public process before the board. The board would have to separate functions. At this point in time, presumably the Office of Enforcement would serve as the prosecutor for that type of action.
Yeah, I think in interim, one of the things, and I know we should just do elevate. I think we just need to elevate. So Tom, let's think about, I know you're working on the stakeholder engagement part of it, which we spent an awful lot of time on, and I really appreciate that. But I think we do need a higher level conversation with Rocco. I don't want to be unreasonable. It's just, it is, as I can imagine, it's very unsatisfying to just say no, as opposed to coming in to say, here's why it's going to take us longer, not just that we're busy and we never agreed with what you did anyway. That is not an appropriate way for them to deal with it, so we do have to do something. And I'd rather we elevate and have a higher conversation than go through all the work of threatening enforcement. It shouldn't be necessary.
And Mr. Howard, you should remember this the next time a temporary urgent change petition comes in.
All easier said than done. But let's just try and do something and let me know how I can be of assistance through the hierarchy at the Department of Interior in particular. They may not respect or realize how important this is, not just for us, but for stakeholders who want to be engaged in thinking about preparing for this next year in better ways. So there were reasons why we wanted this done earlier. So.
And it speaks
So
to
we are going to meet with them on Thursday. Rich was going to get to this point, but we just wanted to let you know where we're at and what they're proposing. And there are, as far as the hydrology goes, there are reasonable reasons for proposing to do things a little bit later, but maybe not as late as the Bureau is proposing.
Right.
And these are things we
I'm
just
sorry, but am I the only one upset that our staff goes in to meet with the Bureau and keep repeatedly asking for information that we've ordered and yet still have not received them, and we are still sending our staff in to have further discussions?
Well, I have.
When does it get real for the Bureau?
If I may, I mean, and just exploring, because I think what is most useful in all of this, what I've certainly heard, is that we need a set of information upon which to base our decisions, and there needs to be transparency. That's really the overarching thing here. So we've been reaching out recently now with the Department of Water Resources to see to the extent that they can step up and work with us to fill in some of the holes, with a mind towards being, positive, productive. I mean, I share Board Member Dodok, I share your concerns, and I appreciate the concerns you're expressing. But in the interest of just trying to get the best information now in the moment, because we have the season upon us, and to not be diverted from trying to get good information now. So that's the reason for this Thursday meeting, is to work with the department to see to the extent that we can fill in holes. that we've not gotten from the Bureau. So I just offer that up as, another track that we're taking now to see, to the extent that we're not getting all the information that can be useful from the Bureau, if the department can fill in some of the unknowns, things like that. And then also, not to volunteer work and completely as an alternative, but to the extent that we and others can arrive at lessons learned from last year and things like that and fill the vacuum if the Bureau does not do it. And that's work for us. It really should come from the Bureau. But in the interest of, well, if there's things that we can just put out there that we think, if there's a vacuum of information, perhaps that's also useful, rather than fighting to get things that we're not getting. At the same
Well,
time, we continue to
both are true. I mean, I think, again, I think we've done a fairly good job collectively among the agencies of trying to struggle through a difficult situation. But, sort of just say no is not really a good, respectful response from a partner. Even though I know they sincerely believe their reasoning, we need to elevate it to help them get the resources or to understand it, or else it's not just about us, it's about the whole collective that is following this work. And so let's focus on that quickly.
I agree, but I also think Les is actually onto something in the sense that they may not be able to physically, just because they don't have enough staff, or I don't know what the reasons are, to provide information. And if we can provide it ourselves and put it out there, let's just do it. I mean, why? It would be great if they provided it to us and we could say it came from the Bureau, not from us. But it's Bureau's numbers that we would be using. So just that to me, that's a lesson learned. Let's waiting on the Bureau may mean we wait for too long. And so if we can do it with their numbers from the past, do it.
There's a real sensitivity to timing now. And, if we go into retrospect, we can do our own retrospect on last year and know when the pivotal times were, to know the pivotal information. There's a federal agency here. They have their procedures to produce a report per some kind of a state order. We can't let those hoops get in the way of getting the adequate information in the next 45 days or less to be able to queue things up for this summer to be successful on temperature. So the timing is everything right now. And we're not going to sit around waiting for a report to come in the door. We're going to use information and inform the type of directions that we need to create to be successful this summer. And so I don't want us to get bogged down on deadlines and that sort of thing, but I do want us to focus on that information and not have a repeat performance.
So I'll just chime in here as well. I think the biggest problem is that the Bureau's just not doing themselves any favors by not being responsive to the date. I do suspect that there's a different way of looking at this on the date that we've provided. They're the project operators. I fully appreciate some of the things that Mr. Milligan has said in the past, that if it's too early, you spend a lot of time on a lot of scenarios. And, waiting too long doesn't work, but is there, some later date that would make more sense where you could see a significant savings in staff resources and still get us most of the information we need? He just needs to be able to respond to us, with respect to what makes more sense. So I think that going back along the lines of, well, I agree with you, it needs to be elevated, and a cease and desist order just, it ends up, a lot of time. And I think that a phone call to just say, let's figure out a way to whatever adjustment you need to get in to us within a certain amount of time. And then if not, then I agree with Vice Chair's recommendation that then we just put our numbers out. And at that point, I would imagine that there would be a response, because they would probably have a different view than the information that our staff will be putting out. But again, that takes up a lot more resources, and this is the same team that's working on a number of different issues.
And
so it's
we
not
don't
the
have the
wisest use of time.
capability to do everything. We're trying to build that capability with consultants, but it's it's a process to get to that point. So I don't want to overcommit on, we have a contract with the Delta Science Program to help us with temperature modeling, but I'm not sure that's going to be effective this year. So we do need the Bureau's assistance with these things. We also need the hydrology. We have to get the hydrology from the department and the Bureau. The Bureau has to do the San Joaquin side of that, has to do their side of the equation. So there are pieces of this where we do need the information from them. And there are also pieces of this that are not dependent on hydrology. For example, the plan for doing temperature modeling this year, that could theoretically have been done at any time.
Yeah, I'm not quibbling with whether February 1st was absolutely the right date. It's just I expect us to be asked and have it be a discussion rather than a we can't do it and we need many more months without it being a conversation. So let's just, Tom and I, and working with you, we'll figure out who to elevate it to and how. Because it doesn't do us any good to just have Mr. Milligan be a punching bag at the next meeting. Let's figure it out.
When's the temperature workshop planned currently?
Currently planned for March 18th. Though that again, they're not going to have the March hydrology until probably the next week. So we have some scheduling issues there. So it would, in that case, it would be likely that you'd need to have 2 workshops. So we're going to have a discussion about that today with the Bureau and National Marine Fisheries Service as well to try to figure out how can we make all of these things happen in a timely manner and to inform the decision making that needs to happen and not after some decisions need to be made.
Right, and that's where scenario plans, even not at a fine-tune, I mean, almost in the discussion as if you've got to do a full-on plan for each scenario, which is mind-boggling to me. There's an ability to have a conversation looking at different scenarios as opposed to waiting for the exact hydrology to come in. That would be, we're not looking for the impossible, we're looking for the logical. All right, next, do you have another page on this slide that we can dissect?
Yes, I just wanted to finish up with this page if I could real quickly. So yes, so there's also a plan of operations for Folsom Reservoir and also a plan for conducting temperature modeling for 2016. Again, those are reclamation proposes different dates than we have had or you had in your order in December. A few others. There's also a requirement that by mid-February and every 2 weeks thereafter that the Bureau provides temperature profile measurements at Shasta, Trinity, and Whiskeytown and provide the results within 2 working days of measurement. That has not been provided to us. Another item that's due by February 15th was a plan to reasonably protect fish and wildlife on the Stanislaus River. The reclamation has not provided us with any information regarding that. And just one item that we wanted to point out, as I mentioned, the Bureau and Department has provided us with a February update for the drought contingency plan, and in that were modified, some modified numbers. And one of the things we wanted to point out is that for 3 of the 4 scenarios that they had looked at, the 90% hydrology, the 99% hydrology, and what they term the 99% hydrology with a modified objectives in the Delta, modified D1641, they're proposing flow releases from Keswick in the order of 10,000 CFS, excuse me, and which, of course, at those levels will drain the reservoir faster than if the amounts were somewhat lower than that. So that's a possible concern.
So they're proposing it for deliveries, not for meeting permit terms?
So some of it is for deliveries. On the page right below the red numbers, there are some exports amounts. So there'd be deliveries for some for export, but a lot of it would be for, we believe, for in-basin uses, such as for the settlement contractors.
All right, and this is proposed though for June, July, and August, not April and May.
Yeah, so it looks like there may be a proposal to delay planting a little bit this summer to try to operate more conservatively. So that may be a flexible number later in the summer, but we just wanted to identify that as something that we've noted in the update to the contingency plan that we got, that we will likely want to discuss at our temperature workshop and understand better the Bureau of Reclamation's proposal regarding that issue.
How does that line up, or can you give us the information on how that lines up with last year and the year before?
Last year, we tried to we had higher higher April and May releases and lower June, July, and August releases. We tried to keep it 7250, I believe, was last year. The year before, we had the higher summer releases. I don't know if they were on that magnitude, but probably close to that, I believe.
And I'd like to point out here, this is a good chart. I'd like to point to the 50% hydrology, the first set there, because this is where there's a difference from the discussion that I had with Mr. Milligan after the last meeting, where we really wanted to get, if nothing else, if we assume that it isn't reasonable to come up with a comprehensive temperature plan this early, that we can wait until April, May. Well, what's the interim plan? And what I'd understood is that even under that 50%, it was going to be a limited April, May release until we can demonstrate that we have a plan that we're not going to need that water later on. And so that suffers from not having that. That's not to say that this couldn't be completely possible and doable. This is never about making decisions beforehand about, no, you can't do that. But it's to have the information upon which to base that it's okay, and that we don't want to end up in April and then look back and say, well, too late,
Right.
we can't do that anymore. And there's enough problem with these numbers in that they're not necessarily the exact numbers. So that's some of the rationale and some of my continued concern with what we've gotten so far.
Right.
It does have that 3250 for the 90%, 99% hydrology. But as we've already pointed out, February has been worrisome. And if those storms that we see now a week out don't happen, we have to be prepared in the event of the worst hydrology. So that's part of the sticking point of where we are now. And then on top of it, and this is why it links back to the lessons learned, these are some very high summer flows and high peaking flows in July that NIMS is also preliminary concerned with. So if people are making planting decisions based on expected water supply that is based on this, we also
Lead
have
them.
we also have a problem. So this is why we continue to bring it forward and have to get some more information from the Bureau.
Oh, that's right. So on your Thursday meeting, will you be talking about this?
Yes, I mean, and we're continuing to talk about what feeds this and all the assumptions. We've been getting in pieces some more additional information about the water supply assumptions as it relates to the settlement contractors. So for example, for the 50% hydrology, that's the full 1.8 million acre feet deliveries to settlement contractors. So there's a lot of expectations then tied to these things that are important to understand the proposal.
I should have been tracking this better right when you started on this slide. When did you get this information, and where is it from?
February 19th. It's the updated drought contingency plan from the Bureau of Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources that's due to be updated every month.
As far as any announcements that they've made, or the timing of expected announcements on water supply, do you know what those dates are?
Not sure I know the date. We do know the Bureau of Reclamation recently provided us the assumptions regarding the water supply assumptions under each one of these scenarios. So we do know what those are. I'm not sure exactly when they're going to make their decisions with allocations, though, particularly for the settlement contractors. But I think that's dictated by hydrology largely, and is not a flexible decision point from the Bureau's perspective. Generally, their contract has specific terms in it. So I think that's the other thing that we're pointing out here is that there may be some conflicts there, and we need more information to be able to assess that between what the contract provides for and what may be needed for temperature control later in the season. Because these, I think all but the 99% hydrology calls for full settlement contractor deliveries.
Well, Diane, I would just, yeah, for full settlement contracted deliveries with some deficiencies in the drier years of 25%. So they'd be 75% of the total contract amount.
Yeah, I think that's under the 99.
Under which?
Under the 99. The 90 and the 50 are full, 1.8 million acre feet. The 99 is 1.2, so 75%.
Thank you.
And the last item we wanted to mention was that the Southern California reservoir storage conditions, a little while back, Vice Chair Spivey Weber had asked for certain information related to the reservoir storages. And so we compiled this table here showing 6 of the more major reservoirs in Southern California, what their capacity is, the average storage, what their current storage amounts are, and I think over on the right-hand side is basically kind of gives us good information. We have the percent of capacity, so the percent of storage related to the capacity ranges all the way from 26% for Castaic up to 93% for Pyramid Reservoir. And then the other important number is the percentage of average for this time of year, and that ranges all the way from 30% up to 119% of average. So overall, down at the bottom right-hand corner are the percentages for all the reservoirs combined. So we're about at 50% of capacity and 65% of average. We believe DAVR will be providing more information on Southern California water supplies and reservoir storages at their next update.
We've asked them to do that, so they should provide that, and they can talk more about the details. We're not privy to all of that information about the details as to what they're proposing to do moving forward and those sorts of things.
And thank you for starting us on this path, because in Southern California, we're getting water not just from the north, but we're also getting it from the Colorado River, which is suffering under drought, long-term drought, even longer than the drought we've had in the north. And so particularly Diamond Valley, and those numbers look, alarming. I'm not quite sure how to interpret the rest. I know these are smaller reservoirs, but again, in Southern California, I think a lot of these reservoirs will have impact on certain regional areas, somewhat like the San Joaquin system is affected a lot by the Bureau, and in the north you're having more from the state projects. And that's not quite right, but anyway, it's so getting an analysis would be helpful. I hope the Bureau will be able to do that, but if they can't, my guess is that someone from certainly from Metropolitan Water District should be able to.
And this is just a preview, some things we can get for now. We're talking to the department, and are reaching out to get something at the next drought update when the agencies come in.
Right, because we've got to think of the state as a whole. And if we're short here and we're short there, then we're short, really, really badly short. And so, and if we're full here and short there, that's a problem too. So it's just, we've really just got to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. as we look at the state as a whole.
Great. Well, that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest just a 5-minute break before the next item. Oh, sorry, there's a comment. My apologies. Apologies, Mr. O'Laughlin. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry. I knew that. I don't have the caffeine excuse anymore either. I saw my head was just somewhere else.
This might take a little bit more than 5 minutes, but hopefully I can respond to some of your questions and some of the concerns that have been raised by the board members. Tim O'Laughlin, and on this one, I'm representing the Oakdale Irrigation District and South San Joaquin Irrigation District on the Stanislaus River. I apologize first. We were well aware that a February 15th filing was due to the State Water Resources Control Board. We had been meeting with the Bureau of Reclamation. They told us that they were going to be in contact with with Mr. Howard to get that pushed to March 1st. It appears that that hasn't occurred. So let me go back in a little time. Since the drought of last year, starting in December, we have been meeting regularly with the department, with the United States Bureau of Reclamation. We've also been meeting with export interest and other interested parties on what we can do and how we can put something together this year that might work, not only for the San Joaquin River, but for the Stanislaus and New Melones as well. Maybe give you a little update of what's going on in the San Joaquin River Basin, because there appears to be a lack of understanding and knowledge of what's occurring. February, the flow standards weren't met. They're not going to be met in March. The February through June flow standards probably won't be met. If this storm comes in and hits to the north more than the south, our expectation is that we'll continue to see higher flows in the Sacramento system, which will push X2 out, which causes the February through June flow criteria to increase on the San Joaquin system, even though the San Joaquin system doesn't get the amount of inflow and hydrology that we would see on the Sacramento. This has been an ongoing problem since 1995. You've had previous change petitions on this about disaggregating the flow requirements that are happening on the Sacramento versus the San Joaquin side. So pretty clear, February, March, don't know how long it's going to occur, got to see what the storm systems happen. But my guess is if the hydrology is pretty normal or slightly above normal in the Sacramento River Basin, we're probably going to have problems on the San Joaquin system meeting the February through June flow requirements of D1641. Two, the April-May pulse flow will not be met. Actually, it's not even going to be close to being met. Currently, our projections are showing that it's trending to a below normal index that roughly equates to 4,600 to 5,400 CFS for 31 days during the April-May pulse flow period. Our initial hydrology based on February numbers, which actually have gotten worse, hopefully they'll get better in March, but have gotten worse. Right now, we're expecting somewhere between maybe 2 to 2,400 CFS at Vernalis. Okay? Total. Okay? So you're looking at a shortfall ballpark of between 2,000 to 2,500 CFS per day. When you average that out, that's 120,000 to 150,000 acre feet short during the 31-day pulse flow period. So that's going to be a problem. The other bad news, and I'm sorry to bring bad news. I wish I could bring something more positive to you. If you look at New Melones, we've been charting it. It's very interesting this past year. Basically, our rainfall numbers are running around normal or average, but our runoff numbers are only running 10% of average. It's crazy what's going on. And so we're trying to get a handle. We do have snowpack this year, unlike last year where we had no snowpack. But the upstream reservoirs have 267,000 acre feet of available capacity above New Maloney's. So we have that issue. Then we have New Maloney's is only around 400,000. All that water currently, if you put an earmark on it, is Oakdale and South San Joaquin's water. So it's going to be a tough year again. There's probably going to, I don't know what the Bureau's planning to do yet. We've been talking to them. We're trying to look at a scenario. It's very clear that they're going to have to come in and make a temporary urgency change petition. We've put together all the information from last year in regards to all the things we tried to do with temperature, and we have all the temperature analysis done and completed. So I think what we're waiting for is, I ran over my time again, I'm sorry. What we're waiting for right now, we've just had a set of meetings with everybody. I think what we're waiting for is the March 1st forecast to get a better handle on what the hydrology looks like, and then try to come up with a game plan. So the three kind of key things we're targeting are the April-May pulse flow. We're seeing what type of end-of-month storage September we can look at, and the temperature regime that might effectuate or not effectuate. And that depends. I don't know if we're really going to be able to impact temperature this year, given the numbers that we saw last year, where we started out with higher reservoir storage numbers than we did this year. And then finally, trying to do the fall attraction flow in the fall. Currently, the two districts, as part of the temporary urgency change petition, have been allowing reclamation to borrow their water from October to now in order to meet the fish flow requirements of Table 2E. So we're going to have to come up with some package that we can put together here shortly, bring it back to you, which addresses those concerns and those needs, and see what we can do. I told Tom before the meeting started, we're going to look to set up a meeting either later this week or next week, once we have some better numbers in, to sit down with him and kind of give him a flyby about what our preliminary thinking is of how we can put something together. So if there's any questions on what's going on the San Joaquin side, I'd be happy to answer them. Our hydrology, though, is pretty bad this year.
Yeah, it's worse, so.
Yeah, it is
We're
bad.
watching that one pretty closely. Hopefully the snow at least gives you some temperature assistance compared to last year, but may just be a pittance.
Yeah, it's hard to tell given that the reservoir storage is so low. But we'll wait and see. We're tracking that as well right now. But it's the stand's going to be a challenge. To give you an idea, this is our modeling with our snow surveys and our work, not anybody else's. But under the 90% exceedance, we're looking at somewhere around 720,000 acre feet of runoff. Normally we get 1,050,000 acre feet. So even with average hydrology, we're going to be down around 300,000 feet to the negative.
Yeah, this whole issue of how dry everything is and the runoff numbers, it just adds insult to injury.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So my apologies again. So to let you know, so to let you know, we will be getting back to you ASAP to address the temperature, carryover storage, the April-May pulse flow. We're looking to put together a package for your consideration, which would be incorporated into a TUCP. The exporters are talking about paying for additional releases of water to help offset the shortages in the April-May pulse flow period. So we're trying to put together a comprehensive package and bring it back for your consideration at a later date. You're welcome. Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the time. All right, we will take a 5-minute break and be back at 11 o'clock.
Tests 1, 2.
Thank you.
All right, we'll reconvene in just a moment. Sorry that took longer. All right, can we reconvene? Our colleagues will catch up with us. Want to stay on target here? We're reconvening now. It's 11:05, and we're on item number 6. Item number 6. Item number 6. It's kind of, I wish it were item number 9. That would have been even better, but.
Month.
What?
Item 8, it would be the 8th month of the regulation.
Well, I was just thinking because I wanted to say number 9 multiple times.
It works with
I do
6
those
too,
kinds
but
of
not
things for
necessarily in the
Steve
best
Moore.
way.
White Album.
All right.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Catherine Landau with the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. To my left is Jasmine Oaxaca with the Office of Enforcement. Today, we are presenting our monthly update on the emergency urban water conservation, focusing on the January 2016 conservation numbers and the recent water board enforcement activities. The data we're presenting today was actually released last Thursday and is currently available on the conservation reporting page of the Water Board's Water Conservation Portal. Suppliers have been reporting their monthly water production numbers since June 2014, making this January the 20th month of conservation reporting and the 8th month that we have a statewide goal to cumulatively reduce total potable urban water use statewide by 25%. There are 410 suppliers who are required to submit these monthly reports and achieve their individual conservation standards. Of these, 401 submitted their January reports by February 22nd, the day that we pulled the final January numbers. Statewide and supplier compliance is based on that 8-month cumulative savings achieved since June 2015. And so the Office of Enforcement continues to work closely with those suppliers where that cumulative savings has failed to meet their conservation standard. There is a relationship between climate and water conservation, with cooler or wetter weather typically corresponding with a greater level of savings. So every month we do look at the climatic differences between 2013, which continues to be our baseline for this emergency regulation, and is shown here in the orange, and the current reporting month shown in the blue throughout the state. As always, there was statewide variability in both the temperature and the amount of rainfall that we received in January. Shown here in the temperatures on the left, and the precipitation is on the right for select cities. Overall, January 2016 received both above average rainfall and was above average in its temperatures. And if you compare this year to our 2013 baseline, statewide, January 2016 was both hotter and wetter than January 2013. As I mentioned, we are assessing compliance with that statewide 25% target on that cumulative basis. So every month we're looking at not only the level of monthly savings we achieve, shown here as the purple columns, but also that cumulative savings shown in the orange line. In January, Californians used 20.4 billion gallons less water than they did in January 2013, which equates to 17.1% monthly savings. Water use is historically low in January, which makes it harder to achieve a high percentage of savings. However, it's important to note that this January, Californians increased their concert savings over last January when the voluntary 20% target was in effect, and actually saved 2.5 times more water in January 2016 than they did in the January 2015 reporting period. If you add the 20.4 billion gallons of water saved in January to the water saved in the previous 7 months, it means that Californians have used 374 billion gallons less water than they did in that same 8-month time period in 2013, which, as you can see, brings our 8-month cumulative savings to 24.8. That statewide savings goal does equate to approximately 1.2 million acre feet of water to be saved through the end of February, so yesterday. The 374 billion gallons of water that we've saved since June equates to 1,147,672 acre feet of water, which means that we are 96% of the way towards achieving that goal and filling our bucket. If you estimate that a family of 5 uses 1 acre foot of water per year, the water that we have saved to date is enough to provide 5.7 million Californians, or approximately everyone living in San Diego, Riverside, and Imperial counties, with water for 1 year. And it's just over the capacity of what Folsom Lake is able to store.
So to fill the bucket, we need 52,328 in February. We had 62,664 in January, but February is a low water use month too, so it really is a nail biter.
February
And it was really hot, which makes me nervous.
February is historically our lowest month of water use, and it was, as you've been hearing all morning, it was both hotter and drier than normal. So it is going to be very close to see if we can overflow our bucket or not. But
we're pretty darn close. I don't mean
we're very close.
I don't mean to mince words that it's an impressive achievement. It'd be nice to fill the bucket.
It is, and as we've shown over the last several months of reporting, with this mandatory savings goal in place, Californians have, doubled, tripled, and in the summer actually quadrupled the level of savings that they were able to achieve in prior years. So it really does emphasize how to heart Californians have taken conservation efforts. And that's really reflected in the monthly residential gallons per capita per day, or the RGPCD, that the suppliers are also reporting on a monthly basis. This, as you can see, in January, the statewide average RGPC for the total water use, which means both the indoor and the outdoor water use, was 61 gallons per person per day. That's the lowest we've actually seen since reporting began in January 2014. And it is the 5th month that we've had that consecutive decline in that conservation level. So even though our percentages have been declining, individual water use has been declining as well. And those are inverse relationships. As I've said, the low residential water use that the Californians continue to achieve highlight the successes of conservation efforts taken by individual Californians as well as the local agencies, and highlight the success that some of the actions those local agencies have been taking, including those that Jasmine's going to highlight on the next slide.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. Jasmine Oaxaca to give a brief update from the Office of Enforcement. This chart shows supplier enforcement actions taken between June and January. January is the second month of distinguishing between rate penalties, the light green, tied to water usage over a certain budget or allocation, and other penalties, the dark green, which are fines from infractions of local ordinances for water waste. 63 suppliers reported rate penalties in January compared to 56 in December, which may mean that more suppliers have moved to a tiered rate structure. In general, we see fewer complaints, warnings, and penalties compared to previous months, which is expected. And we will be looking into the details of the reported rate penalties moving forward to see if there's a correlation between having tiered rate structure and improved conservation. This chart shows a breakdown of suppliers by compliance priority. Generally, the trends are similar to previous months, though January is the fourth month of trending decrease in suppliers meeting their standards. 8 suppliers are in compliance priority 1. Those are the ones missing their targets by over 15%. Most of them, 7 of 8, have either a conservation order or an alternative compliance order, and 1 supplier is new to priority 1 in January, and we will be setting up a meeting with them to discuss their conservation program. Our latest update from the Office of Enforcement on the urban water supplier side, since the last board meeting in February, we have issued 7 warning letters and 3 notices of violation. On the small supplier side, in response to the annual reports that were due in December, on December 15th, the Office of Enforcement has issued over 900 warning letters and notices of violation for compliance that could not be assessed, for being out of compliance with the standard, and for non-reporters. We continue to follow up and work with small suppliers to report and achieve compliance. Since the January board meeting, when we first talked about the small suppliers, there have been about 400 additional reporters, and this is almost 90% of the required reporters. So we continue to refine the list of the required reporters as well, which will be useful come September, as another small supplier report will be due per the extended regulation. A brief bit about small suppliers versus urban suppliers. The definition of a small supplier is a community system that serves less than 3,000 connections or produces less than 3,000 acre feet per year. Note that the small commercial, industrial, and institutional systems are still required to comply with the regulation, but are not required to report. If we compare small suppliers to urban, there are about 2,200 small suppliers compared to 410 urban suppliers, or 5 times as many small suppliers. About 86% of the small suppliers have reported, compared to 98% of the urban that reported in January. And if you look at the volumes, the average total volume in a month produced by all reporting small suppliers between June and December was about 11 billion gallons versus 154 billion gallons for the urban for the same time. So small supplier volume is about 7% of urban suppliers, or you could say that urban suppliers produce 14 times as much water. So in the end, it's a small percentage, but it's definitely more than a drop in the bucket.
On this point, in our safe drinking water plan from last June, I remember a number, it was 3,065 or something like that for public water systems. Would that be the difference between this number, about 2,600 community systems, and then the commercial, industrial, and institutional systems that might be categorized by our drinking water division as public water systems?
The commercial, industrial, and institutional are some of them, but there's also the non-transient, non-community, and the, what is the other one?
Yeah, schools, truck stops, stuff like that.
Just, I always, we get these numbers thrown around. It's just, I like to spend a little time with it to understand all of the governance issues. Thanks.
The last thing I wanted to talk about was the performance of suppliers with orders. For the 12 suppliers with conservation orders, 7 out of 12 show upward trends since they received the order for cumulative savings for June through January. As we mentioned before, Rainbow Municipal Water District has been exceeding their target for a few months now, so we'll be rescinding that order. The other 11 suppliers are missing their cumulative standards by between 7 and 29% and between 73 and 441 million gallons by volume.
But I noticed some of them who are going to miss their, and I can't give you the numbers, who are going to miss their cumulative numbers have increased their monthly numbers to a pretty impressive percentage, like 30% from some of the ones that weren't in the ballpark before. They're not going to make their cumulative.
And I should mention that conservation orders have typically been given to the smaller disadvantaged communities. Okay. So for the 7 suppliers with alternative compliance orders, 5 out of 7 show upward trends for cumulative savings from June through January. 2 suppliers are meeting their targets, and all suppliers are meeting the items specified in their orders. While meeting the conservation standard is not the sole metric of compliance for those with alternative compliance orders, I still wanted to note that 5 of the 7 are missing their targets cumulatively by between 9 and 16% and between 11 and 647 million gallons. So we will be continuing to track progress for these suppliers with conservation and alternative compliance orders as we move forward. And with that, I will hand it back to Katie, who will give a climate update and talk about next steps.
Okay, I wanted to ask a question in terms of how we are looking at these, particularly in the compliance perspective, how we're looking at them vis-a-vis our adoption of a new executive order last month, and where we gave some dispensations for heat, growth, etc. And so are we using that as even though it didn't apply to this particular group, it would apply to future folks, and it could be some of these same folks. Are we taking that into account as we look at whether they're missing their cumulative percentage? If they are going to be 8% lower, are they making that?
Right. So per the regulation, the orders themselves are also extended. And I wanted to note that for January, we're still tied to the original standard. So
I assume we are tied to it, but are we being human about this and, recognizing that, in fact, we have said moving forward, it'll be somewhat different. And so
yes, once the new standards are in place, we'll be, of course, checking them versus that one. And if a supplier is meeting their target consistently over a couple of months or so, we will, after evaluation, we may rescind their orders. So.
Okay. I guess my plea here is let's use enforcement discretion. That's a good point. To particularly for those where once the date has passed, February has passed, they'll move into a new category. And if they are pretty much there, then we should acknowledge that.
Our plan. Yeah.
In that spirit, the alternative compliance, I think it's good information to know that if cumulative percent targets are not being made, that's information. But the alternative compliance basically says that's okay because you're meeting these orders. And it's almost like, this is important to us as we adopt, when we looked at legitimate other uses of water. I'm just concerned about a message that the 5 out of 7 are somehow falling short, because I don't believe that. So how do we
Right. So
recast that? Do we need to give them a different number when we do an alternative compliance order, or, it concerns me a little bit.
I did note that that's not the sole metric of their compliance. They are all meeting right now the items specified in their orders, and a lot of them requested alternative compliance because they may have a situation in their jurisdiction where they have a high commercial user, something like that, which makes their conservation very variable.
I would have put a bullet on here that all are in compliance with their orders, I mean, it's just, I want that to be clear that
Yeah, that's right.
there are reasons why those numbers needed to be adjusted for certain districts, and we followed through with it. And I just want to make sure our messaging is clear.
So moving from the current regulation that we've been talking about to the revised and extended regulation that the board adopted on February 2nd, that resolution did include direction to staff to provide a climate and drought scenario update to the board at the March and April, because February 2nd was just a little too early in the wet year to determine how we should be moving forward. So the next several slides are repetitive of what you've been hearing all morning. The first is with the snow water equivalent. Overall, we're in a better place than we were this time last year. But with the warm, dry February, we have seen a slight reduction in our percent of the April 1st average. We're now down to 77% statewide, and we've declined a little in our percent of the normal for this date to from about 113 at the beginning of February to now 91%. On a similar note, we're in a better situation in our precipitation that we've received to date than we were last year. The current precipitation is shown on this graph in that dark blue line in the middle, and as repeats is what you heard in comment earlier this morning, where we are slightly above average in our precipitation statewide. And how this relates to our reservoir storage. Again, this is similar to the table that the Division of Water Rights included in the item directly before this, showing the capacity storage in 1,000 acre feet for some of our largest reservoirs statewide, and their current percent capacity as compared to their percentage historic average. Again, all of 10 of these reservoirs have improved their water levels in the last month, but you can still see that the majority of them, or actually all of them, are still below that percent historic average. So again, we're doing better than we were this time in 2015, but we're not out of a drought quite yet. This slide shows the most recent U.S. Drought Monitor report for California, which was released last week. Again, we're in a better place than we were this time last year, but practically the entire state is still under abnormally dry scenarios, with 81% of the state still being classified as being in that severe, that extreme, or that exceptional drought categories. So as we continue to look at what the climate's going to be over the next month before we get to April 1st, and of course we'll report back on what the March climate has been, staff are working on implementing the changes that the February 2nd version of the emergency regulation did implement. And those include the changes to those conservation standards through the three adjustments with the climate, the growth, and supply. As Board Member Spivey Weber was talking about, those changes are going to become effective on March 1st. And there's a bit of a lag in how data is collected and everything. So suppliers do have until March 15th to submit those 3 adjustments through the drink portal, which is the same online reporting system that suppliers do use for their monthly report submittals, so they are familiar with the process. And we are staff are currently in the process of reviewing all submittals that were received by February 22nd to give a quick response to suppliers who were able to submit kind of at a preliminary date. With final changes to those standards due on March 15th, staff plan on releasing those final revised conservation standards in early April. That's again going to be before the March data is due to the Water Board on April 15th. And as I've said, staff are going to continue to track the drought conditions and will report back to the board next month. And depending on the board's direction and what the drought conditions look like, staff are in the process of working with stakeholders on concepts of what any potential next steps would be. And that is the end of our staff presentation.
On that point of alternative compliance, I appreciate the discussion on that. Is there, do we have sort of a working number? It doesn't have to be the official conservation standard, but for those entities, where you take off the commercial use or whatever, the swamp cooler type demand, is there a revised number you go with that they're trying to meet? Because you're saying that they're not meeting the cumulative standard that I get that, but don't we have some sort of target that then applicable?
I'll defer partly to the Office of Enforcement staff on how they're doing it, and a lot of it will come down to prosecutorial discretion. Nobody under an alternative compliance order has had a substituted compliance obligation for a compliance standard, and part of that has been that the regulation doesn't expressly provide for somebody to change their conservation standard. Another part of it is, and this could change, again, Office of Enforcement will decide how to deal with these things once the conservation standards are modified beginning in March. But part of it for consistent tracking, I think, through the end of February is the 25% standard, and everybody's conservation standards were based on their total potable water production. So once that's done and we're no longer necessarily under the executive order trying to achieve a 25% total statewide, then I think there's probably more flexibility in tracking how the alternative compliance orders are doing in terms of their cumulative compliance with their conservation standard, whether they're considered in or out of compliance. Factors that I'm sure the Office of Enforcement is considering for prosecutorial discretion right now, but are not necessarily making their way into the reporting at this time, because we're starting from the perspective of the 25% statewide and the conservation standards everyone was given. So I think that those things are probably being considered, and there's probably more room for them to be addressed a little bit differently once we finish up or close out the through February 2016 period. But for posterity's sake, I think we've been looking to keep the same tracking we've done for the first 8 months, reporting things the same way. So everything you're saying is correct and being considered, but not necessarily making it into presentations.
Okay. Yeah,
Office of Enforcement corrects me on that.
Part of the lessons we've learned
Mm-hmm.
and the insights we've gained, and ultimately you'd want to enshrine that into some sort of target that those entities, you can say, we're shooting for that target and we're meeting that target.
Well, and that's why Jasmine mentioning that everybody under the alternative compliance orders is meeting the actions required under their alternative compliance orders is, at least in my mind, a more important metric, but we have another metric statewide, so we're reporting on both.
May well be, I'm just thinking ahead to when you report the February numbers, even on the charts, since people are so fixated on the numbers, you might want to color code those folks that are under a compliance order or a conservation order and whether they're meeting it, just so I'm thinking reporters and the public won't look at someone who's missing the numbers and say, you're in violation. We've talked about it on the briefings, but it might be good actually on the data we post to annotate it or make it clear so that folks who are actually meeting their orders are noted as so doing, as, you know.
On that, it's not included on the graphs that are included in this
graphs, yeah.
presentation, but in the tables that we do release, we provide to you in our briefings and that we post on our website with our monthly release, those suppliers that are under either the compliance or the alternative order are indicated.
Yeah, we just might want to
Right.
highlight it a little more, just so it's a little easier for reporters to grasp.
I have a question regarding alternative compliance and versus enforcement action. And you may not be able to respond to anything specific, so cut me off if I'm going down the wrong path here. But I think a number of us have received emails and letters from community members from, is it Phelan Pinon Hills? Is that the right way to pronounce it? Okay, so, and it just seems to me that with respect to in receiving these reports, these periodic reports, and then also having been involved in some of the communities where they have conservation orders, for the most part, people are trying to figure out how to get there, how to get into compliance. And maybe there's a little bit of frustration with the number and being concerned about being viewed as a bad apple. But for the most part, communities are really trying to roll up their sleeves and comply. I'm a little concerned about the volume of emails that we've been getting from this one community, and since they have an enforcement action, I don't know to what extent we can talk about it, so maybe just more generally, what leeway do you all have when there's an enforcement action and you see that community members are fighting back and there seems to be a disconnect? What tools do you all have when there is an enforcement action to still go in there and do additional outreach with the hope of, because the idea is to get the community to be in compliance and to be working toward compliance as opposed to fighting the whole notion?
Yes, Dr.
So maybe
Buffleman
just
to
answer it
speak to this.
generally if you can't talk about the specific case.
Hello, Matthew Buffleban with the supervisor for the Special Investigations Units. So I still have to kind of speak more generally for that particular community, but you know, they have a conservation order, so it's slightly different than alternative compliance. The conservation order is still what we negotiated with the communities and tried to figure out what conditions we need to put in an order that will help them achieve their conservation standard. Pinon Hills is a unique community, and they definitely have a lot of challenges. They're in the high desert, and so the conservation standard from the very beginning was going to be very difficult for them to make. And but we keep track of their progress over the months, and they've taken additional steps in compliance with the conservation order. And we just keep evaluating it as we move forward. Is the conservation order itself unattainable or not? Right now, the conditions in it, they are meeting the conditions, and I think they'll be able to continue to meet those conditions moving forward too.
Again, this may be too specific, but with respect to some messaging going on, in particular concerns raised about livestock, I see that there's, in the conservation order, there's a provision regarding outreach. So just concerned about wanting to make sure the right message gets delivered.
Right.
Whether or not we don't care about livestock as opposed to education and providing the local community members with information they need in order to maintain their livestock.
Right. No, certainly we give them the message about the trees particularly, and also it's the same message with livestock and other domesticated animals, other small farms that they have there. That is not the intent of the regulation to them to kind of harm them in any ways.
I would just add that, you know, we've been working really closely with the district
we haven't been working within the district. I mean, as you point out, Board Member Diadamo, the conservation order has a directive in there that they do additional outreach for, basically best management practices for water efficient livestock, use of water. But we're not doing that. There's also a number of things happening within the district that I think are generating some of the comments. One is they're raising their rates. I think they have like a multi-year rate increase in progress. And two, they're updating their conservation ordinance. And they've had a lot of interest at the community level on that. So I think that's generated some of the interest that you've received. We don't really have the capacity to, work within each district. We're working with the districts, and we're sort of leaving it up to them to do the messaging, which may or may not be the right strategy. It's just it's a resource constraint issue.
Well, I recognize that, but there may be a need for certain communities for us to spend a little more time there. I don't know if it would make it might not help, but it'd be worth looking into.
And along those same lines, I have been making the assumption that someone is responding to all the letters that we are getting, emails that we're getting. Is anyone?
Haven't sent responses out to all the letters. One, they're going to the board members and they're sort of being, forwarded one by one. And there's been 4 or 5, I think, so far. The first one, at least that I received, the first one that came in, I think the last name is Mr. Adelet. I called him. I spoke with him at length about kind of what we're doing and what we're not doing, primarily with response to, in regard to the livestock issue, that no, we're not saying let your animals go. We're not saying your animals are a luxury. We're just saying we want you to use water efficiently. And I explained, how the district's under a conservation order. They're complying with that order. And we understand that meeting the actual 28 or 32% conservation standard may not be achievable due to the site-specific conditions there. And, I also have, like I said, been in touch with the general manager of the district, who has indicated to me that they can and will continue to comply with the conservation order. And it, from what he said, that's very achievable. They cannot meet what will become their 20, they'll get a 4% reduction in their conservation standard based on the ET reduction, so they'll be at 28. They still won't be able to meet that, but they can comply with the conservation order requirements. So we, basically get back to your question, we can respond by email to the letters that, at least the ones that I've received, haven't done that yet. We can do that. I don't know that it's going to be a very satisfying answer, because the primary complaint in those letters is we're not urban, we're rural. I mean, that's the complaint. And they are rural. They're a rural area, but they meet the definition of an urban water supplier under the water code. I talked to Department of Water Resources about it. They clearly believe they're an urban water supplier. They prepare an urban water management plan. And again, I explained this in the phone calls that I have had, which it's not very satisfying when you're living in the community and you see that you're in a rural community, yet you're being called urban. But there's no provision in the regulation, there's no provision in the water code that would allow us to basically say, okay, you're not urban, because they're an urban water supplier. They're not an urban area. And if we were to try to make an exception for them, we wouldn't really have any criteria to say, well, you're not really urban, you're more rural, so even though you meet the definition of an urban water supplier, even though you prepare an urban water management plan, we're going to, somehow exempt you. We wouldn't have, there'd be other districts where without criteria in place, there's basically no way to figure out who is a true urban supplier and who's not. So we're sticking with the water code definition at this point. And again, like we've been talking about, using all our enforcement discretion to work with the district to get them to do what they can. In general, that's the approach I want to pursue. It's like, I don't want to be punitive with enforcement. If there are water suppliers out there that can do more and should do more, but are not, that's when enforcement's the right tool. But if you have a situation like this one, where because of the situation of their district, if they're doing everything they can do and they're not meeting their standard, we should continue to work with them, but not escalate enforcement. And that's the general approach that we're trying
And
to
you're
use.
using the conservation order to deal with it.
Right.
Any other question? Useful discussion? Thank you all, as always, for the great work. I know it's been a long slog, but you've done a great job. So thank you. Let's hope for that storm and well-spaced ones after it. All right, let's move on to item number 7. And we're going to keep going through, I think, the next 2 items, depending on how long they take. But the intention is to move through and try and end up being able to have lunch. We'll see. I'll check back in with you if it gets close to 1. Oh, yeah, that's an older one.
Morning, Chair Marcus and board members. My name is Dan Schultz. I'm the Public Trust Unit Chief in the Division of Water Rights. And with me today from the Division of Water Rights is, on my left is Aaron Ragazzi, and from the Office of Chief Counsel is Mariana Awi and David Rose. Today I will be presenting an overview of an emergency regulation to update and re-adopt an emergency regulation requiring additional water user information for the protection of specific fisheries and tributaries to the Russian River. So this presentation will cover the finding and evidence of emergency, the 2015 Russian River Tributaries Emergency Regulation background and timeline, which is currently in effect, the proposed 2016 Russian River Tributaries Emergency Regulation, the fiscal impact, the comments received, and the next steps, both short and long term. So California is currently in its 5th consecutive year of drought. The water years 2012 through 2015 are some of the driest 4-year period of statewide precipitation on record. And although the water year 2016 precipitation in the Sacramento River Basin reached 117% of average, and the San Joaquin River Basin reached 136% of average through January 31st, 2016, the largest reservoirs across the state remain far below the historical average. In addition, precipitation was largely absent in February 2016, which significantly changed watershed conditions. If the spring continues to be dry and the temperatures warm, the snowmelt will potentially occur faster than normal as well. So although California experienced a number of precipitation events this year, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor, as of February 23, 2016, over 81% of California is experiencing severe, extreme, or exceptional drought conditions. On January 17, 2014, Governor Brown declared a drought state of emergency. The Drought Emergency Proclamation recognized that changes to water supplies and diversions might be necessary to protect salmon and steelhead, to maintain water supplies, and protect water quality. Since January 2014, Governor Brown has taken a number of drought-related actions within the past 2 years that have guided the State Water Board's drought activities. We covered these activities through April 2015 in detail when this item was brought before the board in June 2015, so we will not discuss each of these individually again. However, these activities are listed for reference here. So due to the severe drought conditions, immediate action is needed to collect information to inform potential actions to prevent waste and unreasonable use of water from priority watersheds for threatened and endangered species in light of limited water availability during the drought. State Water Board staff is proposing to update and re-adopt an emergency regulation that will require the submittal of information regarding water use in the Dutch Bill, Green Valley, portions of Mark West, and Mill Creek watersheds. These 4 streams are priority tributaries to the Russian River. Additional information is needed regarding water use in the watersheds to determine the impacts of surface and subsurface water diversion on stream levels. This information may be used to inform future actions to protect stream flows should the drought continue. Okay, so we will now provide a brief recap of the 2015 Russian River Tributaries Emergency Regulation. So the emergency regulation was adopted in 2015 to help protect coho salmon and steelhead rearing conditions. Coho salmon and steelhead depend on pools with sufficient temperatures and dissolved oxygen to grow during the summer months, and then they migrate into the ocean in the late fall through spring. Minimal water is needed to maintain acceptable temperature and oxygen conditions for these species to survive. The existing emergency regulation is composed of two main components. The first is to require water users in the critical areas or the upper portions of these watersheds to implement enhanced water conservation measures, such as no watering of lawns or ornamental turf, and limiting water of other landscapes between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. The second item is the informational order authority to require landowners and water suppliers in the watershed to provide information on the diversion and use of water when requested by the Deputy Director of Water Rights. These requirements are described in the California Code of Regulations, Title 23, Section 876. So on June 17, 2015, the State Water Board adopted resolution number 2015-0045, and on July 6, 2015, the Office of Administrative Law approved the emergency regulation that went into effect. Emergency regulations expire 270 days after they're adopted, which is April 1st, 2016. This map displays the four priority tributaries in the Russian River watershed. And again, that was Mill Creek, Mark West Creek, Dutch Bill Creek, and Green Valley. So public outreach has been an important component to this emergency regulation, and staff has done an extensive amount of outreach in the watersheds. July 6th to 9th of 2015, State Water Board and CDFW staff held 5 meetings in the area. One was in Occidental, and one in Healdsburg, Forestville, and then a day and a nighttime meeting in Santa Rosa. We estimate about 700, 900 total people attended these meetings. On November 2nd, we also conducted a follow-up meeting to present to the community the information we've gathered so far and lessons we've learned, and also to get feedback from the community about potential future actions that we should consider taking. So State Water Board staff as well have been responding to a number of phone calls and emails from the members of the public. We have a dedicated phone line and email to receive any questions that folks may have. We've been trying to return all phone calls within 24 hours on Monday through Friday, and when we actually issued the informational order, we were returning within 24 hours on weekends and holidays as well. So since July, the State Water Board staff have responded to over 3,500 phone calls and 900 emails, and most of these were related to the informational order. We also conducted approximately 130 appointments to provide one-on-one assistance to individuals that had a hard time entering the information online or needed direct assistance in person, and we did that up at the Regional Water Quality Control Board in Santa Rosa. So as a similar effort, but kind of on a separate track, we also have some meetings that we've been holding up in the area with California Department of Fish and Wildlife and other stakeholders as part of the California Water Action Plan activities. We held 2 meetings on December 17th and January 26th at the Regional Board. These meetings were to present from different agencies in the area and ourselves what our next actions that we see are, and the different types of opportunities that the different agencies have for either off-stream storage, funding, and those types of projects, as well as condition of the fisheries and water rights general education. And then we also provided an update to the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board at their January 28th meeting. And then we've been attending ongoing Sonoma County Farm Bureau meetings that are biweekly to provide updates on the emergency regulation there. Bi-monthly, I'm sorry. So California Code of Regulations, Section 876 subdivision E, allows the Deputy Director for Water Rights to issue informational orders to landowners in and suppliers of water sourced from the 4 watersheds. The information pertains to the diversion of use of both surface and subsurface water. Any party receiving an order under this subdivision must provide the requested information within 30 days. And the Deputy Director may grant additional time based on substantial compliance and showing of good cause. So the State Water Board issued order number 2015-0026-DWR to collect information on water diversion and use in the 4 priority tributary watersheds. The State Water Board's existing information in the 4 priority tributary watersheds is insufficient for the board to most accurately estimate total water demand and the uses of water in the 4 priority tributaries. Additional information can support identification of voluntary regulatory actions that should be more effectively tailored to support in-stream flows, dissolved oxygen concentrations, stream temperatures, and invertebrate drift conditions needed to maintain juvenile coho salmon and steelhead viability during the summer rearing periods. Did I miss one? So for informational order overview and the timeline, the Deputy Director for Water Rights signed an informational order for the Russian River tributaries on August 24th, 2015. The informational orders were issued in phases by tributary watershed over the period of August 26th through September 18th, 2015. And as mentioned per the regulation, any party receiving the informational order had 30 days to respond upon receipt. The last informational order response due date was October 23rd, 2015. And so on October 28th and October 30th, the state, we were about 50% compliance at that point. So on October 28th and October 30th, we sent reminder letters to landowners in and suppliers of water from the 4 priority tributaries that they needed to respond to the informational order. On December 15th, the Assistant Deputy Director for Water Rights issued administrative civil liability complaints to landowners and water suppliers in the 4 watersheds who failed to submit any information or contact us related to the informational order. The landowners and water suppliers that had not responded as of December 13th was the date that we used to look at the information. This represented a total of 1,881 ACL complaints that have been issued in the watersheds. And as of February 25th, 2016, approximately 923 ACL complaints have completed the informational order and signed a settlement agreement. Approximately 300 complaints were returned by mail, so State Water Board staff will continue to follow up with the Sonoma County Assessor's Office, which was basically where we generated our mailing list to get updates about landowner information. And approximately 268 complaints have responded in some way to the informational order, and we're still working through getting all the information of the settlement agreement and those types of things. And 242 complaints, recipients have received the ACL complaint but have not responded or contacted us at all. And then approximately 12 complaints that were sent by certified mail were refused and returned to the State Water Board. And we also have about 100 complaints that have been withdrawn due to parcel ownership changes, where we have gotten in touch with people that have given us that information. We also do have some maps on poster boards of the 4 watersheds in the back, as well as those maps online. And it's a collection of just a general snapshot of the type of information we've received since mid-January. So we did, at our November 2nd meeting and also through our communication with stakeholders through completing the online form, we recognized that there was a lot of feedback that we received from stakeholders as how to improve the informational order form itself and the process. And so we just wanted to share some of those with you as well. The main one was that, the complexity of the questions and the difficulty of navigating through the online form. It was something where with the time that we had to get the online form and everything together, it was a very shortened process. And so we didn't have as efficient as an online form as potentially we could have had with more time to develop it. But we did, extensively work with anybody that contacted us to walk through the online form, along with providing a number of resource documents and materials to help people get through the form. So moving on to the proposed updates to the emergency regulation. The State Water Board staff propose readoption of the informational order component of the 2015 regulation with minor edits or updates for clarity at this time. The State Water Board is renewing the emergency regulation because the continuance of emergency drought conditions and the potential to need information to inform curtailment, reasonable use, conservation, or other emergency measures in a focused manner to protect listed species this year or in future years should the dry conditions continue. The readoption of the regulation will allow the State Water Board to continue to collect important information and to follow up with some of the information that is still incomplete. So on February 19th, 2016, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, in coordination with National Marine Fisheries Service, recommended that the State Water Board readopt that portion of the emergency regulation, and not to readopt the enhanced water conservation measures at this time, but to rather see how the spring conditions and the precipitation patterns play out to see if it's necessary and potentially reconsider at a later time. So State Water Board staff proposes, as I mentioned, to readopt the California Code of Regulations, Section 876, Subdivision E, which is listed here on the slide. And then in addition, State Water Board staff proposes to readopt California Code of Regulations, Section 876F and Section 876, Subdivision G. Subdivision F applies the information component of the regulation to new surface water and groundwater diversions. And Subdivision G states the State Water Board will provide notices and updates related to this emergency regulation through its email distribution list. So as mentioned, at this time, State Water Board staff does not propose readoption of the enhanced water conservation component of the emergency regulation due to improved hydrologic conditions resulting from increased precipitation so far this year. And part of that is based on some of the numbers that we're getting right now out of the Russian River watershed. The California Data Exchange Center, which is NOAA's California Nevada River Forecast Center, and the California Data Exchange Center has precipitation as 108% as of January 31st, 2016. However, we did have that dry January or February. So as of, they don't have the new estimates out for February at this time. They come out in about a week. So we don't have those numbers, but we know that they're a little bit lower. So when we look at the River Forecast Center for California and Nevada, total water year runoff estimates for Dry Creek at Lake Sonoma, which is it's one basin to the north of these watersheds. It was 100% of historical average as of January 31st, 2016. And then to date, it's now down to 75%. So we have seen a decrease in that. However,
But you're not having the puddles isolated and run dry.
No, we are not at this time. And the other piece is with the updated precipitation that should be coming in the next week. They're projecting a 50% exceedance forecast of 99% of average and a 99% exceedance forecast of 80% of average. Of course, these watersheds have a lot of variability in precipitation and runoff, so we will coordinate with California Department of Fish and Wildlife on an ongoing basis to make sure that we...
Yeah. So the bottom line is you'll just come back to us, but you need the information now to be prepared to take action if you need to later. Right.
I assume you're going to be alert this time to getting, if there is a need to do the enhanced conservation measures, to let the community know before we actually adopt the enhanced conservation measures. That was incredibly awkward for all of us, you included, mostly you. And so I would hate to see us have to adopt something at the very last minute and then let people know.
Yes, we will continue our outreach efforts along those lines as well.
Yeah, you're in relationship now. So.
Right, and there's thank you for the change sheet that's got the additional requirement that you have a follow-up meeting in Santa Rosa. And I wanted to maybe make a suggestion on that. So I think what's really important, and I know for me in all of the meetings that I was involved in, and having some very tough conversations with both residential and agricultural users out there, was our stated intention all the way through that we were trying to get additional information so that we could provide for more focused decisions at a later time. And so I think it's important to kind of tie this all together. So on the change sheet, you do have on whereas number 18, that measures would be in a focused manner. So I appreciate that, but I think it'd be helpful to also include that, whether it's in the resolved clause number 5, or even a separate one that we need to get a report back. So in this instance, it's a report back not going to the board, but to the stakeholders, a summary of the information collected through the informational order and how the data may be used to inform, I would say, more focused management decisions in the short and long term, and then even maybe taking this language that you have in the PowerPoint. Better information allows for more focused actions that can impact fewer water users and be more effective. So I would just pick up on that. Decisions in the short and long term that can impact fewer water users and be more effective. So just to, again, tie it back to the idea is take this information, glean something from it, and provide for more focused actions in the future.
I think those revisions sound good. It might be beneficial to reread them so that we can get them in the record. I got for number 5, in the last sentence, or it is one sentence, how the data may be used to inform more focused management decisions in the short and long term.
That, and then continuing on, I'm just picking up with this bulleted language in the PowerPoint under need for information. The last bullet, I'd pick up to continue the sentence, that can impact fewer water users and be more effective.
Or, something like that. That may not be the right exact language because it's oblique, but the intent is right.
We can write that up and put it on the screen while Dan continues with the presentation.
Yeah, great.
One thing, just when everybody started to jump in, we're going through the justification for removing enhanced conservation, and board member Spivey Weber indicated some of the awkwardness that could happen with this. I was wondering if, in working with Fish and Wildlife, if we're sending a message of the need to do voluntary conservation, because of, on that map, it's still technically moderate drought in this watershed, according to NOAA. That may change, but it's not severe necessarily, but it's still a dry condition. It may relate to soils, and we talked about this in early February about there is a bit of a disconnect. I'm from this part of the state, between full water supply reservoirs and a drought condition, and it's a hard messaging challenge. I'm uncomfortable really with the idea with so little time before the dry season to say we might still put in enhanced conservation measures. I mean, is that realistic at this point? And if so, why don't we send a message saying to volunteer, or that voluntary conservation is warranted because we're still in a moderate drought, and there's still species concerns, and enhanced only if necessary with plenty of notice. But it just seems like that there's not a whole lot of time before people have to start planning for landscape changes and conservation measures this summer.
I think that's a good point.
Messaging issue.
Well, and I believe on the ag side anyway, those efforts are ongoing anyway. So why not include it in the resolution to encourage the voluntary measures, both on ag and residential, and ongoing dialogue with CDFW. I know they've been very active in those discussions, and the State Water Board and local RCD and the county.
Okay, so another resolved encouraging that the voluntary efforts continue with both ag and domestic, all users of water within those 4 watersheds, as well as continued coordination with CDFW, NIMS, the county, and RCDs. Right, and then to get back to your inquiry, Board Member Moore, about whether conservation is really something that would be on the table to bring back before the board. When we initially started putting this package together, we were in a different position. We had gotten good precipitation in January. Things were looking very good. We're in February, at the end of February now, beginning of March, and it's been very dry. So we were having weekly calls with CDFW. We continue to have weekly calls to assess how things are going. And within the next couple weeks, we're going to be in the position of knowing, do things look like they're going to hold up this summer, or do we think we need to come back to the board? And if we come back to the board with an item that allows us flexibility. So the existing regulation was adopted in a manner where enhanced conservation measures went into effect as soon as the regulation went into effect on July 6th. That's due to a lot of factors in terms of when we got the request and the time to process it and a lot of things coming together. So ongoing messaging, people should be conserving regardless. The statewide conservation measures are in place and folks should be adhering to those. That is potable water use. So, you know, in terms of whether it gets at all of the water use that we're really able to get at with this regulation, the way it was adopted is a little bit different. But we will continue to have that messaging. We will know within the next couple weeks whether or not it's something that looks like it is something we'd come back to in a more flexible manner that allows us to implement it should it become truly necessary versus it could go either way.
And sorry to be getting far afield here, but we had talked before about Deer Mill and Antelope Creek, and I understood that rather than including any measures for conservation in that emergency reg, you all were looking at including conservation measures in this emergency reg. So if that's something that you're still planning on doing, which I think is not a bad idea because it's important to get that message in that area as well, that you have immediate conversations with the stakeholders out there to give them a heads up because they wouldn't necessarily be looking for this reg on how it impacts them.
Yes, we'll be sure to do that. We have had many conversations with them, so we can reach out to them specifically with respect to that item as well.
I'm sorry, this one I don't have the copies of the slides on. How many more do we have? What?
10.
All right. I would move through them quickly. The reason we don't have speaker cards. We have one if necessary. The reason I'm doing it despite is because I'm assuming people are listening.
Huh?
But we also have a room full of people behind us who are probably hungry and waiting to get to their item. So if you can move through the rest of the slides more quickly, that would be good.
No problem.
I think for all concerned.
So this slide just discusses the need to readopt the emergency regulation, which we've pretty much discussed at this point. The main one being a significant number of respondents who we need to follow up with and get more complete information, and those who have not responded yet. One of the other things that has come so far out of the emergency regulation informational order is we have got a much better snapshot of how many water diversions, surface water diversions are likely in the watersheds versus how many are being reported. And likely in that outstanding data, there's probably more that we will need to be following up with. And I should mention with these, our plan is to reach out to these individuals that are not currently in ERIMS and get them into the system.
Right. The whole goal is to update the system more completely.
Yes, and to provide education and outreach. So this map here, there's just going to be 4 quick maps. The yellow parcels represent parcels that we have incomplete information on. Things like well locations are inaccurate or the use data is not reported. And then the red parcels are the parcels we don't have any information on. And as you can see, a lot of these are larger parcels located very close to perennial waterways. So this is Dutchville. This is a snapshot of Green Valley. This is the snapshot of Mark West and Mill Creek.
No, thank you. That's helpful to just illustrate quickly why it's important to continue it.
Then for fiscal impact, the State Water Board estimates that the total cost to local agencies and governments will be approximately $54,275. This is a conservative estimate based on the correspondence we've had with the stakeholders on the phone, and it takes about 5 minutes to 2 hours to get through the form. So we average that out to about an hour and then an hour and a half to collect any additional information that they may need to have. We did receive 4 comment letters. 3 of the comment letters from the Ad Hoc Committee for Clean Water, the Ad Hoc Committee for Clean Water Occidental, and Pauline and John Lodes were in general opposition to readoption of the emergency regulation without enhanced water conservation measures. These letters recommended in addition that enhanced conservation measures be expanded instead of lifted, looking at some ag uses as well. And then we received 1 comment letter from Trout Unlimited, which was in general in support of updating and readopting the emergency regulation with informational order authority. And the comment letter also recommends the State Water Board continue to monitor conditions and consider adopting the enhanced conservation component if needed later. So the next steps of the regulation is adopted is a formal notice of, or I should say shortly after board adoption, formal notice of proposed rulemaking will be sent to the LIRIS list of people who have requested notice at least 5 days prior to State Water Board submitting the packet to OAL. The public may submit comments to OAL for 5 calendar days after the regulation digest is submitted to OAL, and OAL has up to 10 calendar days to review the regulation. So some of the next steps as far as short-term efforts is we will continue to collaborate with National Marine Fisheries Service and California Department of Fish and Wildlife to monitor stream flow conditions in the priority watersheds. And staff may use information collected through the information order to inform future actions such as curtailment, reasonable use, conservation, or other emergency measures in a focused manner during this drought or dry period. Once the informational order data cleanup and quality control work is complete, State Water Board staff plan to hold a follow-up meeting in Sonoma County to share results. Individuals who are interested in receiving notice of this meeting should sign up for the Russian River Tributaries Emergency Regulation email subscription list. And that will be shown at the end of this presentation. So in addition, State Water Board staff will continue to support California Department of Fish and Wildlife and National Marine Fisheries Service voluntary drought initiative agreement efforts. And we will provide water availability information once we've gone through it to the Sonoma County to help guide their county land use and well permitting decisions. And we'll also collaborate with California Department of Fish and Wildlife to identify surface and groundwater users that should be or could potentially be targeted for off-stream storage projects or for voluntary releases of stored water in the late summer. So some of the next steps long-term is part of the California Water Action Plan, which the board is familiar with. Sub-action 4 in the California Water Action Plan directed the State Water Board to enhance stream flows in 5 tributaries. One of those is Mark West. And then also looking at the Sigma, which Mark West is in a medium priority basin. So we'll be looking to work through the California Water Action Plan, develop flow objectives in Mark West and potentially other tributaries as well. This just a slide of drought year resources, includes our emergency regulation website and the instructions how to sign up for the LIRIS email. And this is the contact information. If stakeholders have any questions, they can call staff directly. It's leave a message and we'll call you back within 24 hours or email. And State Water Board staff recommends that the board adopt the resolution with the change sheet that's being updated now. And that concludes my presentation.
Thanks very much, Dan. I think also I'm assuming that I know you've done a lot of work on the online, the challenges, so I'm hoping that folks who need to update their information or who haven't been in will have a better time of it going forward because of all the work you've been able to do.
Yes, hopefully they're more familiar with the form, and we're really urging folks to reach out and contact us and to use the resources provided to help make it through. We won't be able to really change
Redo the whole
form
form,
significantly just because it may cause problems with the existing data and the way the data is being saved.
I want to acknowledge your work and in the change sheet, support what Board Member Diadama was talking about that relates to my concerns too, and just the pressure that you are under, that we are under, to really indicate how we're going to use the information and how that information can be ultimately used by local interests. And so I think that the proposed language should, shows our commitment to following through with making sure this information is useful and used and in a transparent way. Thanks.
Yeah, and presumably in your outreach in the material, since you now do have a long LYRIS list and folks who you're communicating with, I'm sure you'll use some of us to take a look at your messaging and see if it's clear. That includes your conservation messaging and or Member Diadamo's experience in the community. I would encourage you to use us as a resource in terms of whether it's clear to a regular person as opposed to you guys because you're so expert in things. You're regular people too, but you know what I mean.
No, it's always good to get different eyes on things.
It always helps.
We actually, when we did beta testing, we sent it out to relatives and others to have them look at it as well as the community. So.
Yeah, you're a Charlotte equivalent. Do we have the language? I'd love to move forward as soon as possible on this.
David is working to see if we can get it typed up and presented, or we can just read it out loud. Which would you prefer?
Why don't you just read it out loud? It's not that many words, so people can jot it down.
We can do that. So, in addition to change sheet number 1, we have some additional changes, starting with changes. My mic is on. Is my mic not effective? Okay. Starting with additional edits to the language in change sheet number 1, specifically to therefore be it resolved number 5. Currently says the State Water Board directs staff to conduct a follow-up meeting in Santa Rosa, after data collection and processing are substantially complete, to share with stakeholders a summary of the information collected through the informational order and how the data may be used to inform. We would add the words more focused after inform. Management decisions in the short and long term, period. We would add a new sentence after that language to the same, therefore be it resolved, paragraph number 5 that says, better information allows for more effective actions that impact fewer water users, period. We would also add 2 new, therefore be it resolved paragraphs. Number 6 that would state, the State Water Board encourages all water users to continue voluntary conservation and other species protection efforts, period. And then a therefore be it resolved new paragraph 7. The State Water Board directs staff to continue coordination with CDFW, NIMS, Sonoma County, and the Sonoma and Gold Ridge Resource Conservation Districts, period. So those are the proposals that we have put together right now, we think, to respond to the direction we've heard today.
Ready for motion? All right.
Yeah.
Move adoption of the resolution with the change sheet and the changes just read into the record by Mr. Rose.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. What happened?
Well, I know that CDFW said if necessary. I assume that.
It does if necessary. I was going to thank Ms.
I want to make
Gray.
sure you wanted to invite anyone in the room.
I'm going to thank Ms. Gray, and everyone here for the next item thanks Ms. Gray as well for putting if necessary, but thanks for the collaboration. Much appreciated. Great work. Sorry, thought that would be a little bit faster. Now we're on to item number 8. And on this, my suggestion, since you do have a room full, I'm sure people are listening. You don't need to read everything that's on the slide. You can summarize it. That last item we had, I know people listening who are not really that familiar with our processes, but on this one you have more of the expert public on all sides listening.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus, members of the board. My name is Janice Zinke, and I'm a senior engineering geologist in one of the oil and gas monitoring units here. I'm joined today by John Borkovich, Section Chief of the Groundwater Monitoring Section, and Lale Rastagarzadeh, a Water Resources Control Engineer in the Oil and Gas Unit. But I'd like to quickly also acknowledge Adrian LePage, a Staff Services Manager who was very instrumental in guiding us through this process. And sadly to say, she's leaving the Water Board, I think, tomorrow. So wanted to acknowledge her. So today we'll be presenting performance measures for model criteria for groundwater monitoring in areas of oil and gas well stimulation, also referred to as model criteria. So for some background, Senate Bill 4 of 2013 amended the public resources and water codes relating to oil and gas well stimulation activities and required the Water Board to develop model criteria. And model criteria outlines the standards for developing groundwater monitoring plans and conducting groundwater monitoring, which allows us to assess potential effects from well stimulation in California's groundwater. So as part of the adoption of the model criteria, the board directed us to collaborate with stakeholder groups and develop these performance measures by today, March 1st. So we held 2 well-attended stakeholder meetings last November and January. We had a diverse group of stakeholders from industry, environmental justice, and other regulatory agencies. So today's presentation will provide an overview of the approach that we took for those stakeholder meetings. We'll review the goals and strategies for the performance measures. And then we'll provide some highlights of the implementation plan for moving forward. The performance measures are posted on our oil and gas webpage and are also available today in the back of the room on the table. So at the stakeholder meetings, we worked together to define performance measure and program goals and strategies. We developed proposed implementation plans, which will include a publicly available annual model criteria performance report that we'll post on our web. We collectively agreed that the program is not at the point where we can have water quality performance measures since there's limited data right now near oil and gas fields, so we need to build our data set before we can actually do that. So during the stakeholder meetings, the group came up with 5 goals for the performance measures to evaluate the model criteria. We also worked together to develop strategies to reach those goals. And after the second meeting, we sent the performance measures document out to the stakeholders and received comments from them. And the document that's posted on our website and in the back of the room here incorporated the stakeholder comments. And Lale's going to go over the goals and strategies for us.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. Now we cover 5 goals and associated strategies. The first goal is transparency and availability of online information and documentation. And the strategies are improve and expand the online available information data system and make it easy to access, analyze, and extract. Improve online user experience with simplified and clear messaging to make information easier to access. We also work with the Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources, better known as DOGGR, and other agencies as necessary to develop a communication and data sharing plan by June 2016. Goal 2 is to provide clear milestones and timely deliverables. Make milestones and deliverables outlined in SB4 and model criteria publicly available. Prepare review processes, flowcharts, and timelines for reviewing monitoring plans. These are what we have been already doing and continue to improving upon it. By June 2016, we will make these information available on our webpage. The third goal, which is tied to the core purpose of the model criteria, is to understand and mitigate impacts of well stimulation on water quality and public health. As we collect groundwater data, we assess information and try to define chemicals of concerns. If data demonstrates water quality problem or public health concerns, we will mitigate the problem and share efforts with the public. Also, we will develop a plan to reevaluate the effectiveness of model criteria as we collect more data and the program gets more mature. To identify any potential risk, we will be coordinating and collaborating with other agencies. Goal 4 is to provide region-specific or localized flexibility where possible. Model criteria allows for flexibility in the monitoring requirements based on local conditions and concerns, subject to water board's approval. We will communicate with public when considering flexible criteria and alternative approaches. Also, we work toward using the consistent approach statewide when considering alternative approaches. The final goal that we agreed upon is to assess implementation costs. We will assess implementation costs, which include State Water Board program implementation and operators' compliance. To make this assessment, beginning October 2016, we will be asking the operators for information on cost of compliance. And here I hand it back to Ms. Janice Zinke.
Thank you.
So the stakeholder group also discussed and we agreed upon a list of actions that'll help reach those goals. So over the next 2 slides, we highlight some of the more significant ones. We do have more outlined in the document. So we'll continue using our GeoTracker information system to streamline information uploaded by the operators and make it easier for the public to understand what information is available and how to get to it. We'll be posting information on our website about processes and expected deliverables and timelines, as Lolly was talking about. And also the USGS, U.S. Geological Survey, will continue to provide technical briefings to the stakeholders and keep them informed on the scope of work and the data collected to date and the findings. USGS has already held one of these stakeholder briefings February 19th. So
And
by
where are
March-
these going to be held? Do we know yet, or?
The briefing last time we had in training room 1 and 2 here, and we also WebEx
Sacramento.
it, yes. We can let you know. So by March 2017, we will make available a plan to be used to reevaluate the effectiveness of the model criteria and provide ongoing program evaluation based on these performance measures. And beginning in March of 2017, we will post on the web an annual model criteria performance report, which will be posted annually. So just the annual performance report will provide information on such things as significant findings and lessons learned, an evaluation of the State Water Board's cost of implementation and the operator's cost of compliance. We'll also look at effectiveness of the collection, sharing, and management of the data. We'll also work with the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance to coordinate the annual reporting process with them. Thank you, and that concludes our presentation. If you have any questions.
Real quick, you mentioned other agencies, and that's, I was just curious if you wanted to note any opportunities you're seeing working with local water districts or irrigation districts or folks with data that can complement data that are being collected under this program.
We're working with obviously Dogger, but there are other state agencies that we're working with associated with some other oil and gas activities. We have a group that's convened looking at produced water ponds. However, the and Fish and Wildlife is also part of that group. So we have a multitude of state level groups, but as far as on the water district level, we're working with the we're beginning to have those conversations with USGS and USGS with their regional plan, collaborating with those water districts. There have been some discussions in the past for aquifer exemption discussions.
Good to hear, because as we've discussed in briefings, that there's opportunities there as Sigma begins to be implemented.
We've had some general conversations, but no specific conversations yet about the ability to potentially combine usage of monitoring for our SB4 and for Sigma and potentially for other purposes, and we're very open to that. But the difficulty is in the details when we need a proposal to work with. I do want to mention that this was required by March 1st, and today is March 1st, and so we sometimes actually get things done on time.
Also, it's Janice's birthday, so.
Right. Other questions? Oh, I was just looking for comments. I have a couple of speaker cards. First, Mr. Bob Gore, SEPA.
Good afternoon. Briefly, Robert Gore from the Gualco Group, representing the 400 largely family-owned energy companies in the California Independent Petroleum Association. We want to express our appreciation to John and Janice and their staff members for working in a collaborative manner. This has been an excellent process, and they've paid close attention to our suggestions, which include, very briefly again, making sure this process incorporates online services for the permit holders, and it ultimately reduces the cost of compliance, and as Board Member Moore said, ensures interagency collaboration. For example, DFW's Inland Facilities Program is sort of it's well intended, but it's a kind of a free radical right now. They're not aware of a lot of water data that would help them with their compliance, and this is an ideal partner, and like John said, I believe they're engaged. We are also concerned that USGS, your contractor, is a bit out ahead of the parade. They appear to be, and staff is aware of this, they appear to be proposing statewide standards when the heart and soul of Sigma is local compliance. So we're working very closely again with staff to ensure that USGS understands California while providing needed data. Thank you very much.
Next, Kevin Buchan from WISPA. Oh, and there you are. Mara standing in for. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know he wanted us to move it up, but I also knew I had potentially hundreds of people listening on that item before you.
So thank you, Chair Marcus and board members and staff. I know we've been working on this a lot together, both on the performance measures and on SB4 in general and all the stuff that we've been doing on that. So I'm here representing WISPA, I guess, and just wanted to make a couple of comments.
You should probably state your name for the record.
I'm Maris Densmore with California Resources and representing WISPA. So just wanted to ask for some clarification on goal number 3, specifically where it talks about mitigation and what an issue is. And we wanted to look at what that actually was going to manifest itself as and how that program was going to develop, and ask that we can continue to be involved with that because we have been involved thus far and it's been very successful. We'd also like to express our support also on goal number 3 in establishing a baseline around, a regional baseline and a baseline around all the fields to identify any potential impacts from specifically well stimulation. So, those were my comments, and thanks again, and thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. In terms of mitigation, that's a fancy word for if we find a problem, we're going to try and fix it. And that's really what this is about. If we determine that there's an impact associated with a well stimulation activity, we're going to work with our sister agencies, primarily with Dogger though, on what is the appropriate response to that, keeping in mind that that we are going to protect the water resources of the state, and if that requires some sort of um, containment of the material through some sort of pumping activity, or just monitoring to make sure that it doesn't expand, or shutting in the well. I can't tell you what those are going to be, and we won't be secretive about it. If we find a problem, we will be addressing the problem. That's what we mean by
Using
that.
our usual toolkit.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Are there any questions? Oh, thank you. A nice job engaging everybody. I mean, it isn't always that nobody comes on an item like this. That's was not what I was expecting. So thank you very much for that that work. Is this an informational item, so there's no need for any action? Just thank you very much. No, you're all working really, really hard. We don't take it for granted by any means. Thank you. Now we're on to item 9, which would be board member reports. Are there any reports to be made? Yeah, you might be. I have nuts here, but
I could do one thing.
no, go ahead. I'm going to look at my calendar just to see too. Yeah.
I attended last Wednesday, the 24th, I believe, at the North Coast Regional Water Board, a workshop on cyanobacteria.
Oh, great.
Harmful
I mean, not
algal
great
blooms.
Cyanobacteria, but great that you went.
Great. Yeah, the blue.
Yeah,
it's
yay
the
for
state
cyanobacteria.
blue-green algae. You didn't know it's not. I made that up. Sorry. And it's an emerging issue, and I guess I would just offer a couple of observations. I want to compliment the North Coast Board and the folks from around the state, including regional board staff, on their case studies and the technical excellence of the presentations. But I would just, for my fellow board members, highlight that harmful algal blooms really are a symptom of really the integrated effects of everything that we do in water management, from both diversions to discharges. And it culminates in conditions because of excess nutrients, high temperatures, and low flows, primarily. But it's not unique to California. There's a global trend with higher, and the theory is with higher temperatures, there's more prevalence selection for cyanobacteria over other algae species. So it's not only in our state. So there's the water management side of things that we should be aware of, but also it affects every beneficial use that we've designated for water quality, for drinkability of water, ability to swim in water, ability for aquatic life to survive water, and ability to consume things that grow in water, to eat shellfish and fish. So, and then also the effects aren't just growth and reproduction, they're actually lethal effects. And so we've had in the last year, pets that have perished, have died in the Oakland Hills and the lakes there, in the Russian River. And the last few years we've had dog deaths in Clear Lake. And then we've had sea otter deaths that scientists have tied directly to cyanobacteria blooms in Pinto Lake in Watsonville that track through to Monterey Bay. 40 dead sea otters, which are the keepers of our kelp forest and marine productivity. So these are really important issues. I think, that it manifests through challenges related to water management and climate change, and drought exacerbates them. And so I think it's important for the water boards, regional and state level, to maintain a vigilance on this. And it's evident that the science is evolving, the tools for monitoring are evolving, in our assessments and management in our water diversion and in water discharges are relevant to managing this issue to protect public health.
And both of those add up to flows. And it's a very good reason for emphasis on flows, not just for fish, but for your pet dog or for your child, or for being able to wade in streams. So we've really, this is a gigantic issue that I'm not sure we're as focused on as we need to be.
So I would like to assure the board that we have quite a team working on this
Full work
issue.
group, yeah.
in both in DWQ and in OEMA. And so it's not, though there aren't actions that have come to you, we are working collaboratively with other agencies and with the stakeholders,
Including tribes.
including tribes, and did get some very good feedback on that last meeting from the tribal representative that, I'm sorry, my name escapes me right now.
Kuruk tribe, or
yes, I do believe
Susan
so.
Coram?
Susan, yes, that's it. The meeting that we had after the last board meeting where she was very concerned she was very happy and that felt like we had moved in the right direction. And I've had meetings jointly with DWQ and we met to emphasize the need for us to be open and transparent. And even when we're working on documents, we need to be having meetings to show people where we are in the process instead of just waiting until the end, which tends to be our habit.
Great, and I would also mention our Division of Drinking Water was there present and very clear, and it's their understanding is evolving as well, about how, but the take-home or the early conclusion is that efforts to control taste and odor impacts in drinking water treatment using granular activated carbon have been, they appear to be successful in dealing with some of the microcystins, the cyanotoxins that are of concern, but they're still learning, and that was the case with Clear Lake where the source water, is beginning to be of concern, but it's not a widespread drinking water, catastrophe at this point, but it's something that they're now really starting to pay attention to. And we were environmental health departments from the counties were represented as well as the tribes, so it was very well attended, and it was great to see folks putting attention to this and trying to push the envelope in our understanding of both the science and the management.
That's great. Do you want to mention our meeting with the Drake High School students? I can do it if you want. It's up to you. All right. Anything?
Just a quick update for my colleagues. I attended the Central Valley Regional Water Board meeting, and one of the items that came up just briefly was mentioned was our adoption of the Human Right to Water resolution at our last board meeting. And Chairman Longley indicated that the Central Valley Regional Board will be taking up a similar resolution.
Just a couple things. One is this, that Board Member Moore and I did follow up with the Drake High School students and had a lovely conversation with them. We didn't just talk public trust. We were actually talking conservation and water awareness at the local level, but they were terrific. So I just wanted you to know that we followed up with them. The other two quick things. Yesterday I participated in a I don't know what you'd call it, a summit or whatever, of chief technology officers from around the country, from some of the largest companies, whether it was PepsiCo or Xylem or you name it, along with some folks from the consulting world, some from the environmental world, in a very engaging, and investors. Pat Mulroy was there, for those of you who follow water agency managers, to talk about game-changing technologies and where they were nationally and what the needs were. A report will be written, so I won't go through chapter and verse, and I'll share it with everybody. But it was very encouraging, let me just say, in terms of the technology being here, the issue being cost and dispersion of everything from sensors to leak detection to on water quality as well as water supply. There was a whole panel on use of technology and better ecosystem management. Wasn't just totally resilient cities. And then more generally, folks talked about things like bioremediation and where that stood. They talked about information technology, and there was also, and displayed the big data issues that we've all been talking about that give us tools to better manage our systems. And it was just very encouraging. And just one piece that was given by Steve Wesley, investor in Silicon Valley from eBay and other state government, other fame, but talking about millennials' desires to be more efficient with their use of resources and their desire to understand what's going on their phones and tablets. And so a lot of what I know we've been struggling, I'm looking at Eric, we've been struggling with about figuring out how to get data and information out there that to the public, whether on conservation or the like. Basically, his point was they're going to demand it. So we can keep exhorting people to share more with their customers about the great job they've done and how their system works, but that next generation's going to demand to know. So that I found that encouraging in general, which is good. But I get the report out when it comes to me. And then just I did speak at an Agua for All town hall last week with a number of the folks from water groups that we know who've appeared in front of us, not just the Community Water Center, but a host of other centers, CRLA and others. And it was a really nice event that just highlighted the importance of us continuing the march forward. And also very inspiring and galvanizing, because although we've done an awful lot in the legislature and the administration has given us a lot of tools we didn't have before, we still have a long way to go, and people are still without drinking water and without water they can trust. So it sort of lit a fire under me to keep pressing for the resources we need and the tools we need to actually make good on that safe drinking water for all goal that we have. Anything else before we take a short recess and then reconvene in closed session? How much time would you all like to grab lunch? Is it all right if we reconvene at 1:15, or does anybody need more time than that? Okay, 1:15 gives you a chance to check your emails and, okay. So we'll reconvene in closed session at 1:15, and you'll post whatever you need to post. All right. Thank you all very much. We stand in recess.
Mm-hmm.